role as a junior. What kind of challenges does that pose for an offense?
Well, it's always helpful if you've had some type of experience there. But Cole Welliver, who you're talking about, number 10, he's impressive. I went and watched the Jesuit versus Marcus scrimmage last Friday night. And Welliver, he is 6'5", and, probably 220, 230 pounds. He's a big young man. He's got great vision, got a great arm. So they're going to try to light us up. I can promise you that. They've got receivers on the outside in Ashton Cozart and also Isaac Katab, number 1 and number 6, who will really challenge the Highland Park secondary. And so we're going to have our hands full. This is not going to be your typical non-district early season game. This is going to be similar to last year where the Scots took on Southlake, first rattle out of the box. And, the thing about this time out, it's in our backyard.
Absolutely. Brennan Storr leads the Highland Park offense, and we saw a great performance last week. He's coming off a season in which he had 2,500 passing yards. Let's talk a little bit about what we expect from Highland Park's offense.
Sure. Well, I tell you, Storr is a game player. When they play in scrimmages, it takes away a little bit of his effectiveness. As you can see on the screen here, Storr has a good eye. He looks down the field and finds those tall receivers on the outside. And I tell you what, that's a great thing to have. If Highland Park needs yards, they can get yards throwing the ball high into the outside, and they've got slot receivers who can run those routes across the middle, and Storr knows where they are.
You look at those outside receivers. Luke Herring will be on the left. He's 6'3", 193 pounds. Jackson Heiss will be on the right. He's 6'2", 180 pounds. And as you mentioned, those inside receivers, Grayson Schrank has speed to burn. And then on the other side, Bo Lilly's got a lot of what you want in a receiver. That's being able to catch the ball and being able to run after he makes that catch. Talk a little bit about what we saw from Bo last week.
Well, Bo was very impressive. He's impressed the coaches ever since last spring. He really, even last year, he just has the ability to get open. I mean, we saw him, whether it was a blown coverage or not, it's hard to say on a scrimmage, but he's done there's a great job right there. Bo Lilly catching one and toe-stepping down the sideline, staying in bounds. But when you add Bo to the other 3 or 4 or 5 receivers Highland Park's got there, you see Grayson Schrank with a tremendous catch on a corner route in the end zone last week. Scots are going to have a lot for everybody to handle. This may be the fastest all-around Scots team that they've had in quite a while, offensively and defensively. It's just a matter of, can they hold up to Marcus's size and strength?
Yeah, Marcus is going to be big.
There's one other superlative, Jim. Not only are we one of the fastest teams, this is the tallest set of receivers, because usually we've got 2 on the outsides with height that can jump, and we've got 2 on the insides that are quick and can cross the middle. But Lilly is especially tall for a slot receiver. He plays sort of both roles from that one spot. And so I think it's a great set of weapons that Brennan Storr has to throw to.
Got a question for you, though. Are we worried about the offensive line? Only one starter coming back, and then Maroulis is going to be your center, and he did get playing.
To retool, and that's always scary because an offensive line has got to be cohesive. They've got to play together, talk at the line of scrimmage, make the calls, and you never know how it's going to shake out really until you get out there against good competition like this. But they will have their hands full tonight. The defensive front of Flowermound Marcus is one of the best and the strongest, biggest I've seen in some time. They are impressive. They've got 4 guys who can really go up, pin their ears back, and put some heavy pressure on the quarterback.
Not forgetting about the running back situation for Highland Park. Jay Cox, who missed the scrimmage last week, is going to return. He'll be in the lineup tonight. Brian Rapp, Wilson Axley, both had great games last week. So did Frank Musa, and we'll talk a lot more about them as we continue with our pregame show. Again, we're just about 30 minutes away from kickoff here at Highlanders Stadium. It's Highland Park and Flower Mound Marcus, and we'll talk a lot more, and we'll take a look at some of the highlights from last week's scrimmage when we continue after this timeout.
IV.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified Lexus vehicles at Sewell Lexus.
Attention Highland Park Scots and SMU fans, football is back at Highlander and on the Hilltop. And so is your favorite neighborhood burger joint, Goff's Hamburgers. It's the same burgers, same fries, hot dogs, and chicken you loved as a kid, but now in a brand new location. Goff's is now on Mockingbird between SMU and Central Expressway. Drop in for that unmistakable charcoal grill taste. Host a private party in the back room, or hang out and enjoy the Highland Park and SMU memories hanging on the walls. Goff's Hamburgers, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots.
We see you, early riser, paying the price, making your move. We see you because we are you. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs. As one of the few Texas banks participating in the Main Street Lending Program, Vista Bank is helping small businesses put America back to work. Isn't it time you join the over 1,500 new PPP clients and make your move to a bank that hustles as hard as you do? Vista Bank. People first.
Stadium for Highland Park and Flower Mound Marcus to do battle in the 2022 season opener. Again, with Jim Castellaw and Jay Ellis, I'm Russell Scott. And being an old football coach on that offensive line, he said, you didn't mention all the offensive linemen's names. The starters for Highland Park up front. Andrew Maroulis will start at center for the Scots tonight. You've got Whit Basso and Jake Watts who will start at the guards tonight. Robert Sweeney and Lawson Petty will start at tackles tonight for Highland Park on the offensive line. Petty, the only true starter that comes back for Highland Park this week, this year. 6'4", 285-pounder, and he's a lot, and he's going to be the anchor of that offensive line.
Yeah, Lawson Petty, out last week, got a little banged up in practice prior to Plano East scrimmage, so a precautionary measure, coaches held him out, but Lawson gives a lot of leadership to that group up front, and he really helps Jake Watts and also Whit Basso. The whole group really adjust to help adjust to what they're going to see.
Let's take a look at the defense for Highland Park. The Scots this year will have up on that front Spencer Brown, Lewis Montgomery, and Kyle Carlson, and then the linebacking crew is going to be really nice this year. It's Robert Ramey who will anchor. He's the returning starter. Tommy Rossley got a lot of playing time last year at inside linebacker as well. William White and Charlie Barton will start on the outsides. And then you've got Wes Giese, who will start at a corner. Adam Rourke, who's back this year, one of the captains of this team. And Brady Dutrieve and Carl Williams will start at safety positions. We had a chance to catch up with Adam Rourke over the week and talk to him a little bit. Boy, just an outstanding young man who knows what it takes to be successul, not scared to deliver a hit.
No,
a lot of times you don't get that from a cornerback. You get it from Adam Rourke.
Well, I think Jay and I raved about Adam Rourke last year because he did so many things fundamentally sound as a junior, and he's going to come back and do just the same thing, I'm sure, this year. But over and above that, we had a chance to visit with him on Monday night along with the rest of the captains. He's just a soft-spoken young man, didn't start playing football till 7th grade, thought he was going to be a baseball player, and all of a sudden it started hitting home that this is what he wanted to do. He carries, I believe, a 4.5 GPA on a 4-point scale. He's just an incredibly intelligent, humble, smart young man, and he's going to be the leader of that secondary and the whole defense this year.
And that's one of the things that you want is somebody, a captain especially, that's got it upstairs and can help the other guys on the team. Not that he's the only one that does that, but he is the one that stands out as that captain on defense.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, we mentioned the 3 down linemen up front who are going to start, but Coach Chip Bird has said they've got 8 guys on defensive line who they're going to roll through. And he said, as far as I'm concerned, they're all starters. Among them, Lewis Montgomery, Spencer Brown, Kyle Carson, Judge Ellis, Ford Hummel, Henry Richter. They're all going to see a lot of playing time, and that's going to help the Scots, weather a big offensive line like Flowermeyer Marcus has tonight.
Let's bring Jay back into the conversation. What have you seen on defense? What are you looking for? What do you like?
Well, as a former corner, I love the talk of starting at the corner and with Adam Rourke, and I agree with everything that was said. But I got to tell you, every year, someone who's a senior who we haven't seen a lot on varsity yet steps up and is a real difference maker. There are several of them, but I can tell you who one of them is before the season starts, and it's William White at outside linebacker. The kid makes plays, and the varsity crowd is about to see it tonight. He's gotten big and strong like a linebacker, but he was always the kid when they were little that if you threw a ball up in a crowd of 100 kids, he was the one that was going to catch it no matter how big the others were. And he's an intense kid who wants to win and puts in the work. So if I've got to predict who's going to be the difference maker, there's a lot of good choices, but I wouldn't bet against William White. He's a fantastic player, and we're going to see it tonight.
Well, an interesting follow-up to that, Jay. One of the questions I asked the kids, we sent out a little questionnaire, ask them several things about personal life, so forth. We also asked them, name the 3 guys, teammates, who worked the hardest between last spring and now to get ready to play football. Almost every one of them mentioned William White. So what you're saying is absolutely on target.
And he won the award this summer. They do the off-season program, and there was an award for, I think it was for the hardest worker, and he was the number 1. So that's my first answer. But the other is it's numbers. When you've got a 3-man line and you're getting beat up by 5 or 6 men on the other side, it takes a rotation, and it takes a lot of conditioning. And if you can rotate guys in, it allows you to chase the way that people have done at Highland Park in the past, like Jack Curtis last year and Turner Cox a few years ago were making tackles on the other side of the field where you wouldn't expect them to do it. And the way you can do it is if you know there's somebody ready to jump in and take your spot. And so that depth is going to be critical for Highland Park as well.
You've got to have that depth moving to 6A as well, because that's the thing that separates 5A from 6A is just the numbers of players that these 6A teams have. Right?
Absolutely, and we'll see it. We have depth in a lot of spots. We've had a few kids move around a little bit in the offseason. One that we'll see tonight, who hasn't played a whole lot of defense in the past, is Charlie Barton. He's a fast, strong, athletic kid who I haven't gotten to watch him a whole lot, but my understanding is he looks like he's been playing outside linebacker his whole life.
He's a converted wide receiver. You don't see that often. You see secondary kids move up to play linebacker quite often, but you don't hardly ever see a receiver say, I'm going to jump over there. And watching him, Jay, I have to agree, he looks like he's been there his whole life.
Well, and while we're at it, there's another convert, but it was a year ago. The other inside linebacker, Tommy Rossley, was playing defensive line until last year, and he's got Rossley athleticism, and people who've been around Highland Park know what that means. We saw Luke playing receiver recently, but Daddy Mick Rossley was a heck of an athlete. But Tommy's the biggest, strongest Rossley we've seen yet.
Well, I tell you what, we saw a great scrimmage last week against Plano East. Let's roll some of the highlights and just see what we're going to expect tonight as we watch Highland Park. We got a great look at Brennan Storr. He's coming back this year, 2,500 passing yards last year, and Highland Park's able to put together a nice running game as well as a nice passing game last week.
Well, that's Wilson Axley right there you're seeing on the screen right now, and he is a difference maker. I mean, Jay Cox obviously is going to be the featured back, but Axley is, as a change-up, he is lightning coming out of the backfield for the Scots.
There's Grayson Schrank right there with the first touchdown for Highland Park last week. And again, he's going to be that inside receiver who gives you a lot of speed coming downfield.
Well, we're so happy to have him back. Missed all of last year with a knee injury, and I know this is something he's been looking forward to ever since that took place a year ago.
And you look at the highlights, and this gets you fired up for tonight's game, because Highland Park had a really nice scrimmage against Plano East. Now they're going to get Marcus tonight, a very big test. But again, from what we see from these highlights, Scots look like they're ready to go.
Well, it definitely, I've always thought playing a quality program the first game out, it's a little scary. There's no doubt about it, because all kinds of things can happen, but it gets your team focused. And from the very beginning of summer, all the Scots have been focusing on Flowermeyer and Marcus because they knew they were up first.
We're seeing a lot of the highlights from the offense. We'll see the defense coming up here momentarily. But, from what we saw from the offense last week, they look like they're tuned and they're ready to get things started.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, that was without, again, remember, Lawson Petty not there last week. Jay Cox not there last week. Jay Cox, I just can't wait to see what the Scots, Coach Allen, does with him coming out of the backfield. He's going to run the ball well. We know that. He's going to kick. He's going to return punts. He's going to return kickoffs. But I'm telling you what, he's coming out of the backfield. He's like a fifth wide receiver. It's like you're going empty set every time without having to go empty.
And we talked to him this week at Scott's Live, and he said he enjoys catching the ball coming out of the backfield. And he's a guy that can step in and do almost anything you want him to. Yeah. He's going to kick. He's going to punt. He's going to do a little bit of everything for the Scots.
In fact, we asked him earlier, tell us what you don't do. That's easier.
Well, here's the Highland Park defense from last week's scrimmage, and we saw some big hits and some nice plays from these guys all over the field, whether it was stopping the run or stopping the pass.
Yeah, they really, again, we mentioned it before, but I watch these guys do drills all summer and then into August. It literally is one of the fastest defenses I've ever seen. They fly to the ball. Again, they've got to hold up against the guys that run right at you. But I'm telling you what, if the ball's on the perimeter, you're going to have 11 guys there before you can turn around.
And Jim, one other thing, if the corner can play, hard coverage on that short little bubble screen or on the run and set the edge so that the runner has got to turn back, that's when having the speed pursuing from the other side of the field really is dangerous. And it's either the corner or it's the outside linebacker, depending on what they see from the offense. But everything we've seen so far is we've got a really disciplined set of corners and outside linebackers.
Yeah, you were seeing some of the second teamers right there. Warren Peck in at quarterback. And if the Highland Park needs it, hopefully we don't need it. But Warren Peck would be a great person to step in and run that offense. He's big and he's physical, 6'5",
He looks down at most of the other offensive linemen. He is very impressive. He looks like if you've been to watch a college workout, he's a prototypical college quarterback, 6'5", about 230, big hips. Really can sling the ball around, and so I'm glad we got Warren Peck. Hope we don't have to have him in it because of an injury situation, but glad to have him on our roster.
Let's talk a little bit about the Marcus Marauders. They come in with Cole Welliver at quarterback. Talk about big quarterback, 6'6", 215 pounds. He was got some playing time as a sophomore last year, but he will start and direct this offense as a junior this year. 687 passing yards last year, but it is going to take him a little bit of time to kind of find his feet and learn to direct this offense, correct?
Right. Well, the one thing that I noticed about him last week is he gets rid of the ball quickly, which is a great help to your offensive line. They don't have to hold blocks near as long as they might have, but he gets the ball back there and he's going to dish it out. A lot of stop routes, a lot of short stuff, but then as soon as you start to bite up on that, number 6 and number 1, Ashton Kozert and Isaac Katab, they'll go deep on you. Right? And he's got a great arm, will lay the ball up over the top, so it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Scott secondary right off the bat.
They're going to run that spread offense, but they will use a tight end quite a bit, won't they?
They'll use a tight end and an H-back, where what we've called in the past is sniffer back. He's right behind the offensive tackle or the offensive guard, and then he will act like a tackle in turning up and getting the block. It's just an extra blocker inside or a receiver in the flat.
Well, from the defense, we'll see a 4-man front, 3 linebackers, and a 4-deep secondary. Marcus defense might be the strength of the team this year because they've got 7 returning starters coming back.
Yeah, and keep an eye on, in watching tape this week, keep an eye on number 35, Will Upshaw. He's the defensive end for Marcus, who, he's going to be a load to handle for Sweeney or for Lawson Petty.
Anytime you have a defensive player named Upshaw, he just sounds like he should be good.
He should be in the NFL, shouldn't he?
Yeah, Russell, I'll tell you one thing that we haven't seen yet from Storer, but we'll get to see tonight, is his live reactions to the rush. He's very natural at feeling where the pressure's coming from, stepping into the pocket, and finding a place to get a little movement and give his receivers time to get open. And I don't think we saw it as much when he was wearing the red jersey and when the referees were blowing the whistle, and even to the extent he wasn't necessarily stepping into the pocket that his tackles were forming, and it's not that he doesn't know how to do it, it's because the rules in those scrimmage didn't require him to do it. But today, you'll see the shifty Brennan Storr, and especially with Upshaw and Strange making those rushes upfield. If Petty and Sweeney can turn them to the outside, it'll create opportunities for Storr to make something happen.
Now, if you're sitting back watching this on television, I don't know if you can feel it, but this guy to my left and this guy to my right, I think they're ready to go. I hope the Scots are ready to go because they've got the Marcus Marauders coming up. Well, at Highlander Stadium, and the season opener is just minutes away, so we thank you for joining us on the pregame show. We've got the play-by-play coming up of Highland Park and Flower Mound Marcus. First time they've ever played, and they're doing it right here at Highlander tonight.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified Lexus vehicles at Sewell Lexus.
Attention Highland Park Scots and SMU fans, football is back at Highlander and on the Hilltop. And so is your favorite neighborhood burger joint, Goff's Hamburgers. It's the same burgers, same fries, hot dogs, and chicken you loved as a kid, but now in a brand new location. Goff's is now on Mockingbird between SMU and Central Expressway. Drop in for that unmistakable charcoal grill taste. Host a private party in the back room, or hang out and enjoy the Highland Park and SMU memories hanging on the walls. Goff's Hamburgers, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots.
We see you, early riser. Paying the price, making your move. We see you because we are you. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs. As one of the few Texas banks participating in the Main Street Lending Program, Vista Bank is helping small businesses put America back to work. Isn't it time you join the over 1,500 new PPP clients and make your move to a bank that hustles as hard as you do? Vista Bank. People first.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. we've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover.
the school song, as played by the Marcus Marauders. link in the chain. I am a link in the chain. I'm 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 a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain. I'm 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 a link in the chain. When you play one of us, you play all of us.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please stand as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem by the Highlander Band.
Well, we welcome you out to Highlander Stadium for the season opener for the Highland Park Scots as they play host to the Marcus Marauders tonight. We may have some clouds in the area, but good news is we've got a rainbow off to the southeast. That should be good news for Highland Park. The Scots move up to 6A this year. This, of course, is pre-district play, but they're playing the 6A Marauders. who went 8-3 last year, went to the first round of the playoffs before they lost. Highland Park coming off a 10-2 season in which they also lost early in the playoffs. Along with Jim Castellaw and Jay Ellis along the sidelines, I'm Russell Scott, and we welcome you into Highlander Stadium. Ready to go, Jim?
Isn't it great? Football is back. New season, new start of the school year. There's just nothing like it. And when you tack on to that a game like this versus two programs who have both been highly successful, it doesn't get any better than this.
First time the Highland Park Scots have played the Marcus Marauders, and Highland Park will get the football to start things off. We had the coin toss just a couple of moments ago. The Scots will be under the direction of Brennan Storr again this season. He threw for 2,500 yards and 25 touchdowns last season, as the Scots will receive and will move from right to left here at Highlander Stadium.
Well, it's going to be fun. Flyman Marcus was one of the biggest offensive and defensive lines the Scots will see this year, and so it'll be interesting right off the bat to see how the Highland Park offensive line deals with that big defensive front for Marcus.
Bo Lilly will be the deep back for Highland Park, and Brian Petrie has it teed up for the Marauders. He'll kick from left to right as we watch from the press box here at Highlander Stadium. We're ready to go. Good crowd on hand for tonight's season opener, and we are underway. Lilly's going to let this one go into and out of the back of the end zone, and we will get the Highland Park Scots offense lined up right here. So on that offensive line, only one starter returns. That's Lawson Petty, the big left tackle, added 25 pounds. He'll line up at 6'4", 285 pounds this year. Andrew Maroulis, who saw a lot of playing time last year, will start at center. He's 6'2", 265 pounds. The other tackle is going to be Robert Sweeney at 6'5", 280 pounds, injured all of last year, but he moves back into the starting role there. Jake Watts, Whit Basso get the start at guards for Highland Park.
And keep an eye, again, we mentioned in pregame, keep an eye on defensive end on the Highland Park offensive right side. Number 35, Will Upshaw, really comes upfield hard. Scots are going to have to do a number on him because he is a load to handle as he comes off the line. Also, as well, with Sam Kapler, number 45, when he's in there. Jace Bardwell, as well, a strong defensive tackle up front.
Highland Park will start from their own 25-yard line. This will be the first play from scrimmage of the 2022 season. They're having some trouble with the sticks, it looks like, on the far side, trying to get those set up. All these fancy electronics they've got. Used to just have the numbers that flipped over. Now they've got them digital.
And therein lies the problem.
And they're not working. That's our problem.
And
are they breaking out the manual one?
Yep, I think they are.
Well, let's see. The other thing we're going to see tonight that we didn't see in the scrimmage last week is Jake Cox. He steps in, starts at running back for the Scots. Was injured a little bit last week, and so he'll get his first carries of the night of the season tonight. And Jay's one of those guys who does a little bit of everything. He can run the ball. He had 435 rushing yards last year, but also was the second leading receiver for Highland Park last year. And they brought out the manual down markers, so that old digital stuff can go by the wayside.
Here we go. Let's go.
Here we go. Storr is going to call for it as he works out of the shotgun. Turns, fakes the handoff, swing pass out to the left side. That's Schrank. He'll make the catch, pick up 4 yards out to the 29-yard line. Cole McKnight steps up there to make the tackle after the 4-yard pickup.
And just a little RPO right there. Fake the dive, the zone dive inside to Jay Cox. And Schrank just drifts out in the flat. And Brennan Storr's got the decision, makes a good one, picks up 5. Good start for the Scots.
2 and 2. 2 wide receivers right, 2 wide receivers to the left side. This time they're going to give it to Cox. He's trying to get around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Stiff arms that big lineman coming after him and gets around the corner to pick up the first down out to the 37-yard line. Nice run by Jay Cox.
And a nice little stiff arm, too, old style. That's Chicago Bears tough stuff back 50 years ago. Good stiff arm by Jay Cox getting around the corner. Outside linebacker Jake Jund, I should say, had come up to make the play, and Cox was able to get around him nicely on the left side.
First down for Highland Park. Scots at their own 36-yard line after that 7-yard pickup. This time 3 receivers go to the wide side of the field. They'll throw a little look in on the right side. That's Schrank who makes the catch. And he'll spin his way out for 4 yards. There's a flag down on that, I believe. Did we have a penalty?
Yeah, we might have had. Looks like
it is going to be a personal foul. They grabbed his face mask, and so that's going to add another 15 yards to it, and a first down for Highland Park.
Yeah, Schrank running that little stop route, and when middle linebacker Brandon Benoist for Marcus came screaming over to try to make the play, Schrank gave him a move, and Benoist just stuck his arm out, caught his face mask.
One of the things talking to Marcus's coach was they have a lot of speed on this defense. He thought that was going to be key for them this season. As you see, they run out of a 4-man defensive front. Upshaw, Bryant, Bardwell, and Strange on that defensive front. Highland Park's going to try to get around the outside, and there's Jay Cox. Oh my gosh, what a nice hit he delivered as he went right over the top of Mason Witzel.
Yeah, and I got to tell you what, that's a little stretch play going to the right side of the Scots offensive line. Robert Sweeney just pancaked the outside backer out there and gave Cox room to get around there, but great blocking job all the way up front. Basso, Maroulis, and Sweeney, everybody on that right side did a tremendous job, but a pancake first drive out of the box for Sweeney.
Witzel this time is going to be man-on-man against Jackson Heiss. That's a high side of your screen now. Witzel's going to come in and try to...
They just ran a option to the right, and Storr had to pitch it over the defensive end. He drew him in well, and Cox was able to catch his balance, put a hand down, and get another 3 or 4 yards after first contact. Now we've got 2nd down and 6. Storr takes the snap and fakes, and he's throwing out wide. It's Herring on a quick screen. He had a good block in front of him from Schrank. Herring battles, takes on 3 different tacklers and gets a few yards after contact. As you may know, we're having a little technical difficulty in the booth, so I'll be doing play-by-play until we get it resolved, which hopefully will be very soon. Scots are facing 3rd and 3. They're staying with the base set, 1 back with Cox in the backfield. Storr looks to the side to get his signals. Marcus been playing their base 4-man front with quarters coverage behind. 3rd and 3. Scots have the ball on the left hash. Cox is lined up to Brennan's left. He takes the ball, gives to Jay Cox. He's got the first down off of right guard. Great block, Maroulis, and it looks like Basso as well leading the way. That's going to be a first down for Highland Park. The line of scrimmage looks like about from the other end, it looks like about the 20. We've got 4th down and 1. They didn't make it. 4th and 1 from the 24. Highland Park looks to the side. They've got 2 backs in now. Frank Musa joins Jay Cox in the backfield. 4th and 1, biggest play of the game so far. Storr takes the snap. He gives to Musa. Musa is stopped, and it looks like he may not have made it. The Highland Park offense is coming off the field. From the far end, it's hard to see exactly what happened, but they got him at the line. Musa was going off left guard. He had, I believe it was Cox leading for him. But the Scots defense is now on the field. Marcus is going to have the ball 1st and 10 from their own 23-yard line. We'll see how Highland Park responds. You know, it's always critical after a turnover or after turnover on downs that you get out and make a play.
Wes Giese at the corners, Dutrieve and Williams at the safeties for the Scots. Here's Cole Welliver. He turns, hands it off. First play from scrimmage. It's going to be Paramuter, who goes off left tackle and picks up 7 yards.
A nice play coming over the top over there. Robert Remy from his inside linebacker spot really puts a pop on him, but Flower Mound Marcus rips off about 7 yards on the first play offensively.
Big quarterback, Cole Welliver. He's 6'6", 215 pounds. Going to send a man in motion. That's Groomer. Goes from right to left. He'll set up as that sniffer back. Here's a throw out to the wide receiver near side. He caught it, but he's going nowhere. Katab gets hit by William White. Jay Ellis talked a lot about him in the pregame show.
I'll tell you what, in pregame, when the kids you ask the kids who worked hardest all summer long to get ready for this year, virtually to a man, they all named William White, and he showed why. He showed the results of that work right there.
No gain on the play. That's going to bring up third down and short yardage now for the Marauders. They'll go 3 wide off to the left side. Single wide receiver goes to the bottom of your screen. Turn and hand it off. Perlmutter. No, that's
William
Chance
White.
Banner. Banner who made the carry. And did he get it or not? They haven't indicated yet.
I don't
Spencer
think so.
Brown on the tackle for the Scots.
With help from William White once again.
It's going to be a fourth down. Fourth down in short yardage. Punting unit will come on.
Obviously, a situation here where a fake is a possibility. We're going to get a chance to see Jay Cox in the return game, which he is fun to watch.
Michael Petro comes on. He'll punt it away if indeed they do punt it on fourth and less than a yard. Petro's going to stand back at his own 20. Cox will stand at his own 31 to return this. Now we've got a whistle. Somebody's going to call a timeout, it looks like. Oh, a delay of game called against the Marauders.
They've been trying to get the Scots to jump, which would have given them the first down, obviously, right there. Scots held their water, and as a result, Flower Mound Marcus will now punt. Jay Cox
Petro's going to stand back at around his own 15. Cox moves out to about the 38. See what happens on the first punt. High snap. Is he going to get it away? He does, but he shanks it off to the right side. And
hits a young lady in the first row. She feels like she's hit a baseball game.
She fumbled.
That's Store's mom down there, I believe.
Let's see where they're going to spot this. It went out of bounds in Marauder territory, so Highland Park's going to start with really nice field position down at the 43-yard line. That was Brennan Store's mom, is what we're being told now.
She was not anticipating a shank punt coming her way, but she fended it off quite well.
Well, if she had to throw it back on the field, she'd be great at that. She's not a punt returner, though.
All right, Scott's great field position. Plus side of the ball, plus side of the 50 for their second drive.
6:43 to play here in the opening stance, and nobody has scored so far. Storer wants to throw, looks left and throws, and it's caught, and Luke Herring makes the catch.
That's number 2, Jake Ballard, in coverage, but he can't do anything to prevent that. Herring and High, such big receivers, along with Lilly, got great height. Brennan Storer puts the ball up there where they can go get it.
That's going to be a 12-yard pickup for the Scots. Another first down for Highland Park. They've got it at the 31.
Marcus playing a 6-man box. Now they walk to a 5-man box. Lots of running lanes in there. Stacked receivers both sides.
Scots, 4 wide receivers. Storer wants to throw. Avoids a tackle. Now takes it off to the right side, and he'll tuck it and run with it. And he got leveled right around the 26-yard line. Flag's going to come in because I think they might have gotten him in the head.
Yep. I don't think it was intentional, but the Marcus cornerback or safety came over to make the tackle on Storer, hit him in the head as he was taking him down, and that's going to
let's check in along the sideline. Jay Ellis is down there. Jay, what do you got?
Hey, Jim, it may not have been intentional, but it sure was deliberate. They want to hit and they want to set the tone, and especially with the quarterback. And what I loved was seeing Brennan get up and get back to his team and not worry about it, knowing that Highland Park's going to get 15 yards as a result. Yep. That's great leadership.
Let's see if coaches didn't like that very much. They were out arguing the call. By the way, Coach Kevin Atkinson in his 7th season now.
That's going to be plus for the Scots. Down to the 9-yard line, so inside the first and goal for Highland Park. And you were saying about Coach Atkinson?
Coach Atkinson in his 7th season, he's dealing with a tough situation this year. He has, well, there you get the replay right here. We'll get a look at it. And the play coming up, you can see it there on the scoreboard. We don't have a replay in the booth. And he got hit in the head. We'll get back to it in just a minute. But Highland Park in the red zone last year, 87%. Let's see what they do right here. From the 13-yard line, first down for Highland Park. Play action. They'll throw it left side. That's going to be caught. Schrank makes the catch. Falls down right around the 7-yard line. They'll spot him on the 8. It's going to be a 5-yard pickup. Scots can get a first down inside the 5.
Well, the offensive line's doing a number up front, doing very well against that stout Marcus defensive front. Again, picking out Robert Sweeney along with Basso.
Store now 6 for 6. 34 yards passing for the Scots quarterback. 3 receivers go to the wide side of the field. That's the top of your screen. Store to throw. Looks left. Throws into the end zone.
Nice.
Touchdown, Highland Park. How about that, Luke Herring?
Luke Herring on a little corner route. Then Store quickly takes the ball. Herring makes a cut to the inside. Goes back to the corner. Pretty good coverage right there. But Store puts the ball up where Herring can go get it up over the top of the Marcus defender.
Here we go. Highland Park's going to kick the extra point. For the Scots, Jake Tansey will come on to kick this one. It's up. And it is good. I'm sorry, was that Tansey? Yeah.
I believe it was Tansey.
Tansey with the extra point. And the Scots now have a 7-0 lead on Flower Mound Marcus.
We'll clarify who that was kicking the ball. Scots start off right. Second drive, go down, get great field position, and go down and make Marcus pay. Get the benefit of a penalty halfway through the drive.
Here we go. Scots are going to kick it off, and the Marauders will go back on offense. It's a 7-0 lead for Highland Park. Mike McAbee, our statistician in the booth again this year. Mike, I don't want to ask, but did you have a scoring summary on that?
I'll give it to you in just a minute. got lots of things going on.
The abacus is, slow to come out of mothballs.
Exactly.
Here we go.
Barnes to do the kicking for Highland Park. Gets a foot into it. It's a high end-over-end kick. This will be fielded down around the 10-yard line. Brought back out to the 20, 25.
28. That's Ethan Burt, Russell, getting down there to make the play. He's the son of defensive line coach Chip Burt.
Chance Sauter on the return for Flower Mound Marcus.
Scots work very hard on special teams and coverage. They're doing it over and over. I watched them earlier this month, and they would just go over and over till they got it right. But they have specific jobs, specific lanes, and coverage to get down there and stop the opponent short.
That scoring drive for Highland Park, 4 plays, 43 yards, and it took just over a minute for the Scots to move it downfield. Again, they started with great field position after the shanked punt by the Marauders. Here's Philip Pons on a catch and a first down for the Marauders.
Yep. Cormac Carroll started inside linebacker for the Scots in place of Tommy Rossley. We'll get you the other changes here shortly. Scots are going to show some change-ups on the defense front. Look for Cormac to get down in a four-man defensive front at some point.
That's Groomer in there, an H-back for Marcus. They're going to turn and hand it off. Perlmutter goes up the middle. He'll rip off another 6 yards right there, right over left tackle. I'm sorry,
Scots will roll the defensive line in there. Spencer Brown checking in. Judge Ellis is now in. But Scots will use multiple defensive linemen and roll them in and out, keep them fresh, wear down the offensive line.
2nd down and 4. Ball spotted center of the football field. Welliver sets his running back.
Can't get him in the right place. Here comes White.
Offset formation. And wants to go long. Double pumps. Got a receiver there, and it's caught. 1st down inside the 5-yard line. Wow. Isaac Katab made the catch. And we have a flag thrown, and it looks like it was on Katab.
Yep.
Maybe a personal foul.
It's going to be on Katab for taunting, and he spun the ball right when he made the catch. He was right in between 2 defenders for the Scots. Scots had great coverage, but Katab went up and got the ball, able to come down with it about the 2-yard line. But then when he got up, he spins the ball and taunts the Highland Park defenders. I believe he's going to pay for it.
There's a replay you're seeing on your screen right now as Katab slides down.
And there's a spin ball.
Spun the ball down, and I'm going to say, not sure that deserves a flag.
Well,
you got to let them celebrate a little bit after the play.
Maybe in college or pro, that wouldn't be, I think high school, they're not going to put up with that.
Well, the penalty yard moves it all the way back to the 17-yard line. So it's going to be 1st and 10. Ball's going to go to the right hash. Welliver's got 4 wide receivers in his pattern right here. He sends Groomer in motion.
Yep. Man coverage coming.
Man coverage here. And they're trying to get around the right side. They're not going to do it.
Good job.
Nice play coming in there for the Scots. That's Robert Ramey, inside linebacker, leading tackler returning for the Scots. Had 73 tackles last season.
Well, Ramey has done such a nice job in the scrimmage and tonight on knifing through traffic. That time, he just wove his way through the offensive blockers out front, able to get to the ball carrier before he could turn the corner.
This time, Welliver to throw. Looks right, throws, and it's going to be knocked out of the air. William White got his hands up there. Came close to having a pick, but he deflects the pass, and it's incomplete. 3rd down coming.
Going to bring up 3rd and 10 right now, and Scots, if they can get one more stop here, that penalty may cost Flowerbound Marcus 4 points. At least 4 points.
Scott's trying to hold on to a 7-0 lead. We've got 3:33 to play here in the first quarter.
Sam Webster in an inside linebacker right now. Let's see if Scots can get some rush in Welliver's face.
3rd and 10 coming up right here for the Marauders. 1 man in motion. Fake the handoff. Welliver looks into the flat, and he's tackled immediately. That's Charlie Barton who comes in there and makes the stop on Isaac Katab right after he caught it. That's a big 1-yard pickup for the Marauders and will force them into a field goal situation.
Well, Katab comes across in motion from right to left and just runs a little flood route out in the flat, hoping his speed will get him around the corner and up the sideline. But Barton acted like he'd seen that play all week long, and he was right on top of it, going to force Flowerbound Marcus into a field goal try.
Colton Bedgood to hold. This is going to be Michael Petro for the 32-yard. It's tipped. It was deflected at the line of scrimmage, and this is going to be no good.
I believe that was number
William White, maybe?
Yes, that was Rourke, maybe. I think
was it White or Rourke?
I think it was Adam Rourke. Coming from the outside, we'll check the replay. Yep. Rourke's got the speed to get it from the corner. The snap was low. The holder had to pick it up on the ground, and the time it took to do that, I believe, gave Rourke time to get there. And that unsportsmanlike conduct penalty cost Flowerbound Marcus 7 points.
I think it was Adam Rourke who got that. Let's check in with Jay Ellis. Jay is on the sideline for us again tonight.
You know, there's more than just athleticism. There's intelligence. These guys knew not to go after that ball after the block as it was rolling through the end zone. All 11 Highland Park players in blue knew to get away so they'd get the ball out there at the 20 instead of making the ball live again.
Well, the Scots do take over at their own 20-yard line after the missed field goal, deflected field goal. Pass out into the right flat. Jackson Heiss will make his first catch of the night. Mason Witzel defending on the play, but the Scots get the first down. And a nice big first down right there for Highland Park out to the 33.
And Brennan Storr looks very comfortable out back there in the pocket throwing the ball. And obviously his offensive line is the reason for that. Nice protection that time. Lawson Petty, Jake Watts on the left side as well.
Maroulis out over the football. He'll snap it back as the Scots continue to work out of the shotgun formation. Storr has some time. Now he steps up, will tuck it and run with it. And gets out to the 35. Steps out of bounds right around the 37-yard line. And that's what we didn't see last week. So we weren't sure what to expect. Last week in the scrimmage, they put red jerseys, the red pennies on the quarterbacks. You couldn't hit them. And they couldn't really run very far.
And that was the trade-off. We're not going to hit you, but you can't run either. And so
you didn't get a chance to see. There were a lot of times they blew the whistle when you looked at it and you went, I think he would have gotten away from the defender on that.
But of course, we always thought he'd get away.
Exactly.
Right,
second down for the Scots. 7 needed for the first down. Oh, nice delay handoff. Jay Cox up the middle, first down and more. Cox across the 50 down to the 40-yard line of the Marauders. Witzel finally ran him down.
Well, you cannot run a better draw play right there, lead draw than that right there. Brennan Storr really sells it to the defense. The offensive line sets it up beautifully. Looks like it's coming back, unfortunately. But, boy, what a hole that opened up for Jay Cox.
Holding is going to be the call against Highland Park. That'll be the first penalty against the Scots in this game. We've still got 2:26 to play in the first quarter with Highland Park up 7-0. Look, that's a great example of what Jay Cox gives you out of the backfield. He's got a burst of speed, and once he gets out there, he can make people miss.
That's the first, if I'm not mistaken, first penalty on the Scots right there. Second penalty on the Scots. But not near as many as you'd think some teams would have first game out of the box.
Second down, 13 now for the Scots. They move it back to the 30-yard line. Play action this time. Storr down into the flat near side. Grayson Schrank makes the catch. He'll pick up 4, maybe 5 yards. They're going to give him 5 out to the 35-yard line.
And I like, always like what Coach Allen's calling, but I like the Scots' patience here. They're not trying to get things in chunks or trying to control the ball a little bit. Take what Flowerman Marcus gives them. Keep the explosive Marcus offense off the field.
Third down and 8 now for Highland Park. Scots are 0 for 1 on third downs tonight. Storr again stands on the left hash mark. Play action fake, wants to throw back. He's got a screen pass.
Here we go.
This is going to be Jay Cox. He's got the first down. Cox is across the 45 down to the 48-yard line. Jay Cox on the screen pass, and Highland Park will move the chains.
Well, you always like to see that when quarterbacks just floats away just very nicely to the right. Jay Cox gets out in the left flat, and he looks up, and he's got Lawson Petty and Andrew Maroulis in front of him.
Those guys make the defense pay. First down and 10 for Highland Park. Ball's going to be moved out to the 48-yard line.
Nice conversion for the Scots.
By the way, that's 8 first downs already for Highland Park, and we've still got almost 2 minutes to play in the first quarter.
Yep.
Storr now has thrown for 93 yards here in the first quarter.
You think he's comfortable with his receivers?
I think he's comfortable with everything. Here we go. Again, the ball spotted, left hash mark. Storr's got time. Looks downfield. He got hit just as he released that. And coming up to make the tackle, Will Upshaw, who hit him just as he released it.
Well, that was Upshaw coming on that speed power rush to the outside. Was able to get around the Highland Park offensive tackle. Not by much, but it doesn't take much for Will Upshaw because he again pins his ears back and comes upfield hard. And if you don't suck back real quickly as an offensive lineman, he'll be right around you.
Scots last season had an offense that averaged 375 yards a game. They averaged 215 rushing, 160 passing. And picking up right where they left off, it seems, here in game number 1. And Highland Park's going to take their first timeout of the game right here.
Okay. Well, I tell you, Scots have set the tempo so far in this game. You got to like what you see so far.
Head coach Randy Allen out to talk to his team just a little bit. By the way, Coach Allen comes into his 24th season with the Scots. Record of 270 wins and only 32 losses. His record here for the Scots. Overall, 424 wins, 92 losses, 6 ties. That makes him the all-time winningest active football coach in the state of Texas. And now that Coach Danaher down at Cal Allen is retired.
And the 12th
in the country.
12 was the 12th most wins in the nation in high school football, which is incredible. He doesn't have 15. He's got 12, and he's done a good job. Coach Allen.
I know what you're talking about.
Coach Allen, unfortunately just lost his mom, but his dad, 98-year-old dad, is out in Abilene listening to the game.
2nd down and 10 coming up right here for the Scots. Let's see what they do from the 48-yard line. Man coverage off on the left, and Storer looks right this time, throws right, and it's incomplete. Kind of split the difference between his 2 receivers there.
Lilly was on the short route. Heiss was on the little deeper route, and like you say, if they'd have both met in the middle, they'd have had a reception right there. We'll bring up 3rd down for the Scots.
3rd down for Highland Park. Scots on 3rd down tonight. 1 for 2.
Well, could you get a better night for football? This is something here. Let's see what the Scots do. 3rd down.
Scots are 1 for 3 on 3rd down conversions. The blitz comes, the throw goes out right side. It's going to be incomplete. Overthrown on the far side, but Storer had to get rid of it because he had white jerseys coming after him.
Yeah, and I tell you, the Flower Mound Marcus came with a double inside backer plug blitz right in the A gap on both sides. Give credit to Jay Cox for stepping up and helping Andrew Maroulis. Maroulis picks up one. Jay Cox picks up the other, but the ball is just overthrown on the right side of the field.
Jake Ballard's going to step back to do the return chores. Punt coming up right here from Highland Park. And for the Scots, that is going to be Tansey. End over end punt. It's going to bounce out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. Minute 6 to play in the first quarter. 7-0 Highland Park lead on Flower Mound Marcus. It seems like almost every year Highland Park will schedule a 6A team to start the game. Last year it was South Lake, didn't go so well for the Scots. Year before that it was Rockwall, who Scots beat. And
Scots had tried to play Westlake from down in Austin, and that didn't work out.
Who Westlake got upset last night by Arlington Martin.
Arlington Martin. Denton Ryan got upset by the New Braunfels Unicorns. I always love that. I said, how many teams in Texas are named the Unicorns? All right, let's go. Here are the Scots.
Marcus will start at their own 33-yard line. Set that H-back off to the right side. Welliver wants to throw out left side. That's going to be caught. That's Cozart. And Cozart will shake his way down to the 39. Adam Rourke there to make the tackle.
Adam Rourke wisely giving Cozart some cushion over there on the offensive left side. Remember, Cozart's the Oregon commit who has got tremendous 4.4 speed. So he's going to have to really do a job to stay with him.
2 wide receivers right, 1 goes to the left. This time Welliver steps back, wants to throw. Goes long, that's going to be caught, but out of bounds.
That's number 1.
Let me ask you this, Coach. As you watch Welliver, and again, he played a little bit last year as a sophomore, threw for 675 yards. This year he steps in, takes the whole offense over. Looks to me, and I'm just a announcer standing here, he seems to telegraph where he's going to throw the ball.
Yeah, he does a little bit. He really looks at. There's very little look off, which makes it easier for the defense. And that's something he'll learn.
This coming to near side, running all the way out across the 50-yard line. Chance Sauter with the carry that time. Sauter got a lot of playing time at running back last year for the Marauders. This year they have moved him into the secondary, and he starts at safety, but they will also bring him back in and let him run the ball occasionally.
And I'll tell you, again, Marcus shooting themselves in the foot. They did it on the drive down after the long catch by Kitab with an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, and now they can break off a big run into Highland Park territory, and it's brought back by a hold. Highland Park speed will give offensive lines fits, and a lot of times big boys like Marcus has got feel like they got no choice but to hold. But right now we got Carlson, Montgomery, Brown in the game. And Carlson and Brown in particular got great speed off the side, off the corners.
Cole Welliver in at quarterback. 5 passes for 46 yards here in the first quarter. Wants to throw again. And fired that one out. Intended for his H-back, Aiden Groomer. And that was Brady Dautrieve, who was defending on the play. Dautrieve got a lot of playing time in the secondary for the Scots last season. Steps into the starting safety position this year.
And Dautrieve, 6'4", only 175 pounds, but that height makes a difference.
Punting situation coming up right here. Michael Petro will step back to his own 24-yard line. He'll get a foot into it at about the 26. And it's going to be Jay Cox to do the return chores. Almost blocked. Cox will catch it over his shoulder from the 18-yard line. Brings it back out to the 20, 25. He'll get clipped out of bounds, knocked down by Mason Witzel. And the Scots will start at about their own 27, 28-yard line.
And I think, Russell, that was Adam Rourke that I think came very close to blocking that punt. 33 seconds.
7-0 Highland Park still with the lead. Scots have the football back. And again, let's see what Brennan Storr and company can do right here.
Scott's just been chipping away at Marcus. Let's see if they go for all the marbles here in a minute.
Snap is back. This is Jay Cox trying to come around the left side. He'll get hit at the 25. Wrestled out of bounds at the 26-yard line by Ballard. And they're going to give him a no gain on that. So the ball will stay at the 25.
Stretch play coming to the left-hand side right there. And again, give credit up front. Lawson Petty, Jake Watts really giving an edge for Cox to run around.
That's going to do it for the first quarter of play as time runs out here at Highlander Stadium. And Highland Park, after one, up 7-0. And we will take a timeout. We've got second quarter action from Highlander coming up right after this timeout.
Builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank, entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
Couldn't ask for much better weather for the start of Texas high school football season. And here at Highlander Stadium, a beautiful night. And the Scots with a 7-0 lead as we get the second quarter underway. And it starts with a flag.
Scots, there were 2 offensive linemen that jumped, so a little confusion on the offensive line coming out of the quarter break.
Second penalty for Highland Park. Second down and 15 now for the Scots. Let's see what they can do right here. Storr across the middle. That's going to be caught. That's Bo Lilly. And he'll rumble his way down to the 30-yard line before he's going to be upended. Coming in there to make the tackle is Cotton Bedgood.
And Lilly is a dangerous threat over the middle because if you miss one on him, he'll take off and be gone. He's got the size to run over people. He's got the speed to get upfield fast.
That's Bo's first catch of the night. Third down coming up right here.
Yep.
Just underway with the second quarter. Storr is going to throw near side. That's going to be over the head. Incomplete, and I'm not so sure that he didn't throw it out of bounds on purpose.
Yep.
Just to get rid of it and not take a loss.
And Marcus coming with a stunt from their Mike linebacker, trying to get into Storr's face right as he's throwing the ball. And he's the guy that pressured the quick throw. Going to bring up fourth down for the Scots.
Highland Park's going to have to punt it away. And again, it looks like it's going to be Jake Tansey to come in and kick this away. Gets a foot into it. It's a low wobbler. That's going to be Ballard back to do the return chores, but he'll get away from it.
Nice.
Scots are going to let this one roll inside the 25 before they step in and touch it.
Good coverage. Joe Treve and company coming downfield along with Ethan Burt once again. Joe Treve is the deep snapper. That's right. 51-yard punt with
Jay
roll.
Ellis just made a great point. Probably the fastest deep snapper in Highland Park history.
I don't know we keep records on that, though.
Mike, do you keep stats on that? We'll call Scott Farrell, see if he's got it. Here we go. First down for the Marauders from their own 24-yard line. They're going to hand it off. And there's some brief running room for Perlmutter.
Just a little push. The Marcus running a little power look to the right side. Highland Park's defensive end over there is down underneath, and so it's hard to get back and set the edge. And Marcus takes advantage of it for about 5 or 6 yards.
They did not give us weights or heights on any of the players. We were able to garner a few of them. If you look at that right tackle, that's Jack Tanner. He's 6'6", 275. He looks small next to Riley Letterman, the left tackle out there. Here's Perlmutter again.
Oh, nice.
Boy, he'll fight his way to near a first down. Stopped about a yard short. You get a chance. Look at 77 and 75.
Good
Those
flow
two
by the
guys are
linebacker
monsters.
right there.
Here we go, third and short yardage. This time they'll throw it out to the near side. They got the first down and a little bit extra. Philip Pons scrambles out to the 39-yard line. They'll move the chains. Hunter Thornton comes in to make the tackle for the Scots. .950 to go here in the first half. And we've got a flag thrown. I believe somebody jumped on the offensive line maybe. Center moved the ball.
You there now?
Timeout was called before the penalty. And now Highland Park's asking, one of the assistant coaches asking about that. So I don't think the penalty is going to count right here. 9:48 to go in the first half. Coming up at halftime, you will hear the Highlander band. We'll take a look at the bells as well as they will perform. And hopefully, Mike, will have our stats coming up at halftime. We may even have a special guest join us here in the booth.
Special 2 or 3 guests in the booth that a lot of longtime Scots fans will probably recognize.
Matthew Stafford's coming up tonight.
Yep.
Kershaw?
And Stafford.
Probably somebody more famous.
Who's the actress? What's her name?
Angie
Harmon. First down for the Marauders. Scotty Scheffler. I forgot Scotty. How could I have done that? Here we go. First down for Marcus. They'll send a man in motion. That's Pons going right to left. All the way across the backfield. Welliver fakes the handoff. Oh, look at that rush coming by Highland Park. Throw downfield. It's caught.
Man.
Beautiful catch down there.
That Katab again.
Isaac Katab, who made the catch, but Highland Park had a terrific rush coming in there. I believe that was Henry Richter.
It was Henry Richter. He was just mashing his offensive tackle back into the quarterback and really got to Welliver right as the ball was released. Half second more, and Richter would have had a sack or knocked it down.
36 yards on the pass completion, and we've got a timeout. It's going to be taken by Highland Park. They were trying to get a sub off the field, and they couldn't quite get him off the field, so they call a timeout to avoid the penalty. And we've got 9:29 to play in the first half here at Highlander Stadium. So far, what you've seen from Highland Park's offense has looked good, and the defense has bent. They allowed Marcus to get down to the 2-yard line, but then they didn't let him score.
Right. Well, you take away the 2 long passes, and Highland Park's played very well offensively and defensively. Obviously not putting as many points on the boards as they would like with the opportunities they've had. But again, it's still 7-0.
Jay Ellis has been along the sideline throughout the game. Let's go back down to Jay. And Jay, just your first thoughts on the first quarter and a half that we've seen tonight.
Russell, first, I'm excited to have the opportunity to talk after that play because the long pass was the result of bad luck and Highland Park's coverage being too good, if you can understand that. Giese at left corner had great coverage. He had the receiver over the top, and the ball was underthrown accidentally. And so as it was thrown, sorry, they're telling me to look at the camera. I haven't done that before. Anyway, Giese did a great job, and unfortunately, an accidental underthrow led to that play. But Highland Park defenders did a great job of pursuing and coming and making the tackle.
Here we go. 3 wide receivers left side, but instead they're going to give it to Banner. He goes to the short side of the field and pick up a couple of yards right there. Not much more than that.
I believe that's Hummel. Is that, if I'm not mistaken, it's Hummel flowing over to make the play, along with Judge Ellis over on the Marcus offensive right side. Looked to be a little hole, but it squeezed and closed down fast.
Well, those outside linebackers go way outside this time. Play action. Welliver looks downfield. He'll swing this into the flat near side. That's going to be caught by his big tight end. And there is Henry Richter to make the stop.
The ball
there may
come
be
out.
a fumble on the play. The official says nope. It is going to be in possession of Aiden Groomer.
Yeah, but Aiden and Adam Rourke, last man on the pile, thought he might have had one. Again, good coverage downfield. Welliver, the Marcus quarterback, wanted to go downfield, looked there, nothing there, and had to come back in the flat. That was all that was left. Scott making wholesale changes. You're going to see a 4-man front for the Scots. Give Marcus a little different look on this third down right here.
3rd down and 3 for the Marauders. And timeout's going to be taken by the Marauders right here. Highland Park had brought Ellis in as that 4th defensive lineman, and it looked like there was a little bit of confusion in the offense. So another timeout taken right here with 8:12 to play in the first half.
That's all the timeouts for Marcus in the first half with 8 minutes to go.
Here's other action going on involving teams out of 7-6A. That's the Highland Park district. Jesuit, who scrimmaged against the Marauders last week, playing Hebron. They're just down the street. They're playing at Jesuit. Pierce is playing Wiley tonight. Irving playing host to Fort Worth Paschal, and Lake Highlands playing at Poteet tonight. 3 games played last night involving Highland Park district mates. Berkner lost to Wiley East 27-0. MacArthur beat Woodrow Wilson 43-28, and Colleyville Heritage got by Nimitz 61-5.
Just barely squeaked by.
Barely. But they got Mike McAbee that 5. He loves that baseball score.
It's hard to get 5. It's hard.
You know, good news is we got a safety. The bad news is we lost by 61. That was my high school back in the day.
Old Nimitz?
No.
Okay.
No, I meant.
All right, let's say here comes a 4-man front. Once again, it's going to be heavy package for Marcus.
Yeah, here goes Marcus. They're going to turn, hand it off, going up the middle. I don't know if they got it.
That's
I don't
92.
think they did.
That is Spencer Brown knifing down from his defensive end position, comes down the line and makes a flush hit at the line of scrimmage, and Marcus is not going to get it.
Yeah, I think they are going to get it. I think there's a penalty against Highland Park. Remy pushed. I think he pushed off. I don't think he meant to do that. It looked. I think it looked worse than it actually was.
Wow, that's tough because that. You had a chance to force Marcus into another field goal. Now it's going to be first down just outside the 10-yard line.
Let's see.
Or inside the 10-yard line if the official adjusts.
First game for the officials, too. It's at the 9. Scoreboard says 10. Mike McAbee says 10. I'll go with the 10-yard line. First and goal to go. Here we go. Welliver into the end zone. Goes right to the back corner. Kitab, the intended receiver. Ethan Burke was playing defense on that. And it's second down and goal to go.
And good job by Burke. Scots are missing Mac Ballard back there, who's probably out for 3 or 4 more games, but he's back there as a cornerback. But Burt doing a good job along with Giese in his absence.
This time 3 receivers go to the left side. They'll set their tight end off to the right this time. Welliver out of the gun. Turns, fakes a handoff, throws across the middle, and this is caught down around the 4-yard line. No place to run really after the catch was made.
Yep.
Isaac Kitab made the catch. Webster was there to make the tackle for Highland Park.
Yep.
Third down, goal to go. Ball's down just inside the 5.
Scots can set the tone right here. They talk about this all the time. Taking points off the board. They can make one play here. They can take 4 points away from Marcus.
Here we go. 4 wide receivers for the Marauders. Welliver looks downfield and throws into the end zone over the head of the intended receiver.
That's Kitab.
Kitab was the intended receiver, but it's too far out in front of him. And Burt is there to make the, or was playing defense right there.
Burt, once again, son of defensive line coach Chip Burt. And obviously, when your dad's a coach, you're going to get a lot of coaching your whole life. And Burt looks like it.
Here's Michael Petro coming in to try the field goal. He attempted a field goal back in the first quarter. It was deflected at the line of scrimmage. We've got an injury. That's Isaac Kitab, who is down in the back of the, behind the end zone, off the playing field, but they have stopped time to allow the trainers to go out and take a look at him. Let's check in with Jay Ellis. He is along the sideline for us again. Jay?
Yeah, so that injured receiver is Isaac Kitab, number 1, the wide receiver coming off the right side. I got to tell you, I love what I've been seeing from Ethan Burt. He's taken away the inside, as you've got to do as a corner when you're down here with your back to the goal line. He's taking away the inside. He's getting under that inside shoulder and running underneath him, running the route with him. And Kitab twice hasn't been able to get any separation from Ethan Burt. As I look over here in the back of the end zone, it looks like he may be, how should I say it, sick at his stomach. But don't go walk over where he was prior. He's walking off on his own power now, and it's a little messy.
Take another route to the car.
That's right. That's right.
He is going to get up and walking off under his own power. That's the good news.
Field goal coming up.
Field goal's going to be kicked from the left hash. They'll put the ball down on the 12. So 22-yard field goal attempt coming up here by Petro. Again, his first field goal attempt was deflected. This one almost blocked. He got it off, and it just did.
Boy.
Did it go in?
Yeah.
Just barely got in.
Adam Rourke is down.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a cramp, or at least that's what we're hoping. Jay, is that what it looks like to you, a cramp?
It's absolutely a cramp based on the way that, I'm not supposed to diagnose these things, but I know a cramp by the way the trainers move him around. They weren't cautious with the leg, and they're pushing his toe back toward his body. Pickle juice, mustard. They've got that new, what do they call it, Hydrate IV. Not truly an IV, just the name of a liquid product they drink.
And the way he exploded across that kick, and almost blocked it again, it would logically be a cramp because he didn't get hit.
That drive by the Marauders, 71 yards, 11 plays, and it took 4 minutes and 33 seconds, and they come up with 3 points. So the defense again bends. Gives up only 3, though, and Highland Park maintains that 7-3 lead. Jake, you got more? Go ahead.
You know, we were talking before the game. I think I was up there with Mike McAbee, our statistician, talking about how this is the game where we always see cramps. And it's not necessarily that they don't do a good job of hydration. The coaches really emphasize that. The players emphasize it. The captains emphasize it. But there's something about that adrenaline in game one where you end up a few players will get those cramps, especially on a night like tonight where it's hotter than you like to play football games. But somehow, one way or the other, these guys' bodies tend to regulate. And after week 2 or week 3, we don't see those much any longer. But I can promise you this, Adam Rourke has been drinking plenty of water, and he's been hydrating, but sometimes your body just uses that up a little quickly.
Petro's going to tee it up. He'll kick off from right to left. Highland Park's got Bo Lillian deep. Wilson Axley and Grayson Schrank are also back there as well. And again, this is going to go into the end zone, so they'll bring it out to the 25, and the Scots will set up their offense right there. Up 7-3, Highland Park is.
Well, you got to be happy with the way the defense has played. Now, again, Marcus has contributed to the problems they've had scoring, but still the defense has really come to play tonight and done a great job, especially when Marcus is down inside the red zone.
Well, Store and company back out onto the field. This is going to be Herring and Schrank go to the top of your screen. Lilly and Heiss to the bottom of your screen. Those are your 4 wide receivers. 5th series for Highland Park on offense.
Nice
How about
job.
Store? He's trying to do a little shake and bake. And Bryant Livingston will come in there and make the tackle. He goes all that way and only picks up less than a yard.
Right. Looked like it's going to be a big play at first, just a little delayed draw and quarterback draw, and just to close down fast. Again, testament to Marcus's team.
They got a lot of speed.
They pursue well. Let's see if the Scots can put up another one before half.
This time, Store. Screen pass out to the left side, and it'll get only out to about the 29. Will Ogle was in on one of the blocks right there, and boy, that's not good news.
And Will Ogle, sophomore offensive lineman, is
Jay Cox limping off the field. Left
guard, doing a nice job. Has been working there all fall camp.
3rd down and 6 now for the Scots. Ball's at the 29. Store out of the gun. Now flushed out of the pocket. Still looks downfield. Is going to throw long. Has a receiver. And it's caught. First down at the 20-yard line. Yep. How about Jackson Heiss?
Right. Well, all right. So Flower Mound can do it with their guys. Highland Park can do it as well. Brennan Store gets big-time pressure.
That's going to be Mason Witzel, who was defending on the play. This is going to go for 52 yards and a huge first down for the Scots. Longest play from scrimmage this season.
And give Heiss credit right there. He went up and got that ball. That was really thrown up where either player could get it, and High said, it's mine. Oh, nice.
Handoff, Jay Cox. Boy, he got in a crowd and continues to turn and keep his feet moving, and he grinds all the way to the 14. 6 yards.
Whit Basso, probably the most undersized of the Highland Park offensive linemen, but he's the glue that holds it all together. He's a smart young man, and I really admire the communication that they have between them, and a lot of it starts with Whit Basso.
Basso, you said he's the smallest guy up there, but he's still 240 pounds.
Yeah, just height-wise, he's the smallest.
2nd down and 4 now from the Scots. Again, they're inside the red zone. Had a lot of success once inside the red zone last year. And pass intended that time for Schrank. Incomplete. Defending on the play was Ballard. And 3rd down and 4 now for the Scots. They need to get inside the 11 for a first.
Scots need to find a way. They've had success with the draw and the screen, taking advantage of Marcus's hard upfield rush. Marcus still staying with that 4-man front.
This time 3 wide receivers off to the left side of the field. That's going to be your wide side of the field. Jackson Heiss at the bottom of your screen. He's the only one on the right side. This time a little inside pass, incomplete to Schrank. And Storer took a shot right there. And 4th down coming up. Let's see if the Scots will go for it. Or will they go for a field goal? Offense looks like they're going to stay out.
Looks like Coach Allen, looks like Brendan Storer saying, let's go for it. Here comes the kicking team.
Kicking team will come out there. Jake Tansey's going to put it down. 11 seconds on the play clock. Jay Cox will hold.
And that's always something to keep in mind. Jay Cox holding.
4, 3. They get the snap back. And the 31-yard field goal is up and on the way, and it is true. So Tansey hits his first field goal attempt of the season, and the Scots extend that lead out to 7. Now 10-3 with 4:25 to play in the first half.
It's been a good one so far. Good start.
Scoring drive right there for the Scots. 7 plays, 61 yards, and it took 2 minutes and 30 seconds and a 31-yard field goal by Jake Tansey.
Again, you see Jay Cox holding.
Right.
There's nothing he's not doing. I watched him in practice one day, and the kicker was having trouble with kickoffs, keeping him in bounds. He said, I can do it. Went up and kicked one 5 yards deep in the end zone.
You get a good look at all the fans here at Highlander Stadium tonight. It is a full house. Everybody wants to come out and see the Scots in the season opener. Bell's coming up at halftime, so is the Highland Park Band. We will show both of them to you. Barnes to kick off for the Scots. And he gets a foot into it. This one's going to be fielded at the 3-yard line. Oh, I'm sorry.
Baines.
Joshua Baines on the kickoff for Highland Park. And the fair catch made by Cole McKnight. So they'll bring it out to the 20-yard line. 25?
25. Mm-hmm.
20, 25. I was just watching the official kind of wander around.
See if he feels good. One right here. Put it here. This looks good. Big crowd by Marcus here tonight. We knew they would bring a lot of people over.
I was told it was sellout. All the visitor tickets went. All the home tickets went.
This is hopefully it's the start of many. 2 weeks from tonight when Stafford's here, that one will be too.
He's not here tonight, right?
Not that we know.
He's not our special guest. Here we go, handoff. Perlmutter. He'll rip off 13 yards all the way out to the 38-yard line before he's going to be hauled down.
And that was number 12, if I'm not mistaken. That's Giese making the play, just a little counter play.
flag thrown, and
Richter had him wrapped up one way or another.
Marauders never got set, so they're going to move it back. And it'll stay first down, and now 15.
Richter, Hummel, Ellis up front, Webster, and I believe Ramey at the inside backers, Barton and White outside. Burt and Giese at the corners.
Here we go, 1st and 15. Welliver snaps his hands, takes the snap. Well, look at that bull rush coming right up the middle. The throw across the middle is complete. That's going to be a first down to Phillip Pons into Highland Park territory. And Barrett Denton brings him down. He was in at safety for Highland Park, in for Carl Williams.
That's Michael Denton's son. Had a great spring. I noticed him in the spring game. Really played hard, made a lot of plays, getting some playing time because of it. But a nice pass from Marcus's standpoint. Welliver guns that ball right over the middle, easy completion.
22 yards on the completion right there. From the Scots 45, they'll throw again, looking left side, intended for Ashton Cozart.
And just threw it behind him.
He was in triple coverage there, just about. He had a number of Scots back there.
Scots rolling to Cozart a bunch. He made a couple of big catches last week against Jesuit in the scrimmage.
Second down and 10. 3 receivers to the top of your screen, 1 to the bottom. Welliver looks right, now looks across the middle, has a receiver there, and it's incomplete. And again, Groomer was the guy he was trying to get it to. He was flexed out to the right side. Normally lines up as a tight end or an H-back. And it's incomplete.
Yeah, I'm watching the center for Marcus block Ford Hummel, the Highland Park nose guard, and he's got his jersey torn halfway off, being held by the Marcus center.
3rd down and 10. See if the Scots can hold him again right here. 4 receivers, 2 to either side.
They have pressure.
Welliver got hit, lost the ball.
Yeah.
It's on the ground. Scots have it. Scots have it. Spencer Brown caused the fumble, and Highland Park has the first turnover of the night.
Boy, great pressure that time by Spencer Brown. He's coming around the outside. And 65 for Marcus, recovered it. But, man, I tell you what, Spencer Brown, beautiful pass rush, and just shows just a little extra effort what he can do. Bats the ball out of Welliver's hand as he starts to throw.
Boy, you get a good look at it right there. I thought the Scots had gotten it, but no. Marcus recovers, but they've got 4th and 10. And so a punting situation right here as Petro comes on to kick it away. End over end kick, bounces at the 10. Jay Cox will pick it up right there. Brings it out to the 11-yard line as he backtracked and then tried to come up the right side. And we've got 2:16 to go here in the first half. Highland Park up 10-7. I'm sorry, 10-3, up by 7. Mike McAbee, how are your stats going?
This is a situation where we've seen Highland Park year after year go down with under 2 minutes to go and tack another score on the board to lengthen the lead. Let's see if they can do it first right out of the box tonight.
Here we go. Scots deep in their own territory. Worst starting field position they've had tonight. Swing pass out right side. That's going to be caught. And Jay Cox makes the catch on the near side. It was 5, not 3.
Second down.
Second down and 1.
Yep. Highland Park with 1 timeout.
Go long right here on second and short.
Yes.
Let's see what Storer can do. Looks to the left side. That's going to be incomplete. Scots thought there should have been a foul.
And Herring gets up slowly.
Instead, it's going to be called pass deflection by Cole McKnight, incomplete, 3rd and 1.
What you don't want to do is give the ball back to Marcus with enough time to go down and score on their watch as well.
Colin Hale checks in at a receiver position. Wilson Axley comes in to join Jay Cox in the backfield. 2 running backs in the backfield, and Axley's going to get smothered as he takes the handoff. He won't get to the line needed. Matthew Bryant comes across there to make the tackle. Clock stops with 2 minutes to go. And a timeout called by Highland Park?
No.
Was it Highland Park that had to be, because the Marauders don't have a timeout.
No.
Jay Ellis saying he doesn't know why there would be a timeout called right here.
I think
I'm just saying that
Marcus had one, and even though the scoreboard was incorrect.
Okay.
And that had to be Marcus calling timeout, because 2 minutes to go. Highland Park would not do that.
4th and 1 coming up for Highland Park. They will punt the ball away, or
will they?
Or will they? Is this a place that they run one of those Randy Allen gadget plays?
Yeah.
Hey, I think we've got Pat Sauer in the stands. Pat, you got a special guest down there with you?
I'm here at the 40-yard line, about halfway up the stands, sitting on one of the aisles on the east end. And I've got Brooks Bergen sitting next to me, and he has an opinion. Should they punt it or go for it here?
I said punt it, but now that I'm on the mic, let's freaking go for it. Snap it to that up back and go right up the centers.
There you go.
There's a nice punt by Highland Park. This is going to bounce at the 45, takes a Marauders bounce back out to near the 50. And that's where the Scots will cover it. Pat, has he got any other thoughts on the game down there?
Brooks, you got any other thoughts on the game? I know you just got here a few minutes ago, kind of made a incognito entrance. What are your thoughts on Marcus, Highland Park?
It's a good night so far. That quarterback's pretty big. I'm trying to say the right words here. Something's about to slip out, but it's been a good night so far.
All right, Brooks, thanks a lot.
Maybe we let him go.
Yeah, maybe it's time to move on.
Maybe we move that microphone a little farther away. Minute 49 to go in the first half. And again, the Marauders get it back. Highland Park's up 10-3 as we play in the second quarter. Tighten that formation up just a little bit. Welliver's going to dump it out near side. The running back out of the backfield makes the catch. Chance Sauter. Whoa. Charlie Barton is in there.
And the crowd reacts to the Marcus wide receiver, Chance Salter. When he gets up, he puts his hand in Barton's face after Barton makes a beautiful open field tackle.
Now we've got a flag, and somebody jumped on the offensive line, so penalty against the Marauders right here. Instead of 2nd and 8, this is going to move them back. Referee gives us a call.
Down. Minute 25 to go in the half. No timeouts for Marcus.
2nd and 13 now for Marcus. 7 penalties against the Marauders. Boy, and that one was reared back, and he threw it. It was kind of a dying quail. It's caught by Gruner, and he's going to be tackled just inside the 40-yard line. They got a lot more out of that than it looked like they were going to get. Not a pretty pass whatsoever.
Welliver couldn't find who he wanted to go to, and he stood there. To their credit, Marcus' credit, they had great protection for him. Finally, he checks it down to his tight end.
On first down, Welliver to throw again. Looks down and out, and did he make the catch?
Yes,
he did. They're going to say he made the catch at the 25-yard line. That's going to be Isaac Katab who made the catch, moved the chains. 53 seconds to play in the half.
Marcus on the move, and let's see a replay of that one, but the officials are going to give it to him. Next play's up.
Ball spotted to the right hash mark. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Welliver looks to the short side of the field, hit the back out of the backfield. That's going to be caught And it's Chance Sauter.
And it's Ramey.
He didn't get the first down. Ramey's there to make the tackle.
2-minute offense, second one. Scott's got to keep coming.
That was an 8-yard play. They'll send Groomer in motion from left to right. Snap it back. Welliver looks downfield, throws into the end zone, has a receiver there, caught, touchdown. Chance Sauter, a 17-yard touchdown catch for the Marcus Marauders.
Sauter on just a post route, it looked like. Saw him late, but he's right up the center of the field and gets behind the Highland Park linebackers and able to catch the ball just at the back of the end zone as he steps out.
Coming in to kick this is Michael Petro to try to tack on the extra point, tie this football game up. Got a great look at it right there. Snap is back, and he splits the uprights. We got a tie football game here at Highlander Stadium. The season opener for the Marauders and for your Highland Park Scots. 20 seconds to go in the first half. We're tied 10-10. That scoring drive goes 5 plays for Highland Park. 50 yards. And took them 1 minute and 29 seconds to get it into the end zone. Let's remind you, we've got a new thing on Monday nights. It's called Scots Live, and you're invited to come on out and watch. We have assistant coaches coming in. We've got players coming in, and we had our first one with head coach Randy Allen last Monday night. Monday night, 6:30, it gets underway. About 30, 45 minutes. We sit down and talk Scots football.
It's a lot of fun because you get to kind of see Coach Allen and the other coaches, you know, sit down personally and talk about what their job is and how they go about it, and also how they interact with the players. And then after they're done, we give some of their players a chance to come out and talk about the relationship they have with their coaches.
And it is right across the street.
It's in the Clements Leadership Center, the new building right across the street from the Highlander Stadium on the corner of Grassmere and Douglas. Interest is on the Douglas side, but it's called Scots Live, and it's a lot of fun. Again, 30, 45 minutes starting at 6:30 on Monday evening.
And to get tickets? No, you don't have to have tickets. You don't have to have tickets. Just come on by.
Send your checks to Russell Scott.
Make them larger rather than smaller. Petro to kick off, and this one's going to go all the way back to the 1-yard line. A fair catch is going to be made right there by Grayson Schrank. Let's take it down to the sideline and check in with Jay Ellis.
A game like this, when you're playing against a 6A team like Marcus, they've got great coaching as well as players, and you got to give them credit. The most difficult thing for a defense to cover when you've got your back to the goal line is to take away the inside, and for those linebackers then ultimately to take on the secondary threat, which is either the number 2 or 3 receiver. And Highland Park's inside backers both saw the receiver coming from the right, but if you've got enough time, it's really tough to get underneath that. And Marcus found the vulnerability, and the quarterback put the ball right on the money.
Well, here we go. Highland Park's going to take a knee, and they'll run out the clock. Be happy to go in with a 10-10 tie with the Marcus Marauders here in the season opener for both teams. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we'll take a look at some of the highlights from the first half. We've also got the bells coming up. We've got the Highland Park Band coming up, and we'll be back with some stats. And
great, we've got an interview you don't want to miss coming up right after this break with several of the original members of the Bells, and along with the original director, Kathy Wheat.
Again, it's 10-10 at halftime here at Highlander Stadium.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
What are they doing? Are y'all doing this now? You got to put your headset on so you can hear it.
Okay, I'll give you that. Welcome back to halftime here at Highlander Stadium. Getting a look at some of the UIL winners on the field down there right now. But we got a special interview here coming up just minutes as we get the camera.
That's better.
Working. Yeah. Okay. We'll go ahead and proceed with the voiceover. Last night, hundreds of Bells, former Bells and their families reunited over in the Bells gym over in Highland Park, and it was to celebrate what most people don't even know, I bet, is a 40-year reunion of when the Highland Bells first were formed back in the 1980s. We're joined tonight by the original founder and director of the Highland Bells, Kathy Wheat, along with two of the original Bells, Renee Randolph McKinney and Ann Connor Yarborough. Thank you all so much for being with us. First of all, I'll start with you, Kathy. What was it like seeing all of your former students and former dancers out there after 40 years?
It was so heartwarming, and I was so excited to see those girls because they worked their tail off on this first drill team, and they established something that the community would accept and thrive with.
Right. Tell us a little bit from y'all who were on the original team. Yeah. How did it start? This is the great story because it wasn't the administration that thought this was a great idea. It was y'all.
It was us. We had a sleepover there were 5 girls that we were realizing there was nothing for girls to do on Friday night. There were 5 girl cheerleaders. There were 10 band members. And so what we did is we wrote a proposal at a sleepover. We marched into the office to the principal on Monday morning. He said, get a sponsor. We went to our PE teacher, Kathy Wheat. We had no idea her background and pedigree.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. What's Kathy's background and pedigree? She was a teacher at Highland Park, but you had been a drill team director at MacArthur?
At Irving High School.
Irving High School, excuse me.
Irving High School.
Irving High School.
Yes, for 10 years.
So you had been there, done that. Did they have to twist your arm?
No, but let Renee tell you what they did.
Well, we said, we just need your signature. We'll do everything. We don't need you for anything but a signature. And, it's a club, and we're going to be Laker girls. We have it all figured out.
Laker girls.
Yes.
I bet that. I'm surprised you signed off on that.
Well, I just said I will be happy to sign, but I will be making the decisions.
Okay.
And then we found out she was a Kilgore Rangerette. We found out and she got us in check. And it's amazing to see 40 years later and look at these girls. They are so talented, and they make us so proud.
Right. And Ann, what were I personally know for a fact that Kathy Wheat is probably tougher than a lot of football coaches I've ever met. But tell me what the original practices were like and y'all's first reaction to it all.
Well, we didn't have uniforms. We didn't really have anything. People say, was it exciting to make bells? We didn't make bells. We just made this dance
You just made this dance team.
So we went to practice all the time in our own leotards, and Kathy just worked us. We kicked up and down the gym. We weren't talented dancers. We were not talented. So we were just chosen based on potential.
Right. Well,
but let me tell you something though. They went to camp, and I did not warn them of what was happening in camp because I just wanted them to find out for themselves. All the other teams were sitting in straight little rows with their legs crossed, silent. They walked in just plopped down in a big old nothing. And then they start looking around and they see that everybody's sitting a certain way, so I watch them slowly move into that position. Then when we went to practice, they weren't taking it very seriously. So I just told them, I said, you're going to embarrass the community. I'm out of here. Get it on your own. And
she
I
left us.
I said, you get it together.
We thought. We practiced all
that
night
doesn't
long.
surprise me.
Well, I hid in the bushes.
She hid in the bushes and watched us struggle all night long. But we won.
You won.
We awards because we were so determined to show her that we were not going to embarrass our community. So she knew how to deal with 16-year-olds pretty well.
How long did it take you to realize that she meant Kathy Wheat meant business?
Oh, she meant business.
She meant business from day one.
We realized the discipline that she taught us really has taken us all through our lives, and that came out last night at the event.
And we wouldn't have been successful in business. We wouldn't have been successful in college. Everything we learned from this lady right here.
Right. And then, I can speak from personal experience. I remember my daughter as a third grader sitting in the stands.
Yes.
I was trying to get her to watch football, and then at halftime the bells came out, and her eyes were zeroed in on them saying, I want to do that.
Yeah.
I want to do that.
I had a daughter who was a belle, too. So she got to experience Kathy Wheat, and I got to experience it all from a different side.
Right. Kathy, what was it like just seeing 40 years worth? Now, granted, the last few, you've been retired for a few years, but again, 30 to 35 years worth now, have families of their own, have kids of their own?
Yes, I am teaching private lessons to a lot of my ex-bells, and I love that. And I'm seeing that the girls they're training a lot sooner, fourth grade on up, and they're really serious about doing this.
Right.
So I enjoy working with the present bells.
I think a great part of this story is, at the time in the 80s, everybody wore maybe Kilgore Rangerette type uniforms, boots, hats, big skirts, all that. How is it that didn't happen here?
Well, I asked them, I said, what is it that you will accept? And when Jim was coaching at Highland Park, and I had the nights that I didn't have a performance at Irving High, I would come over and watch, and the crowd from Highland Park, the kids were making fun. They were booing, they were laughing, they were throwing hot dogs. I could hear the parents in the stands talking about how tacky that was.
Right.
And so I knew that this was a different community. So I asked them. This was a collaboration.
Sure.
Yes.
For us to get this together. This wasn't my way or the highway. This was, we need to work this out, and you need to help me with this.
Right. Well, that's the beauty of this whole thing.
Yeah.
When you see where they are now and realize it was just a bunch of girls sitting around saying, hey, we'd like to do this.
And the fringe hasn't changed at all.
No, nothing's changed.
Nothing has changed.
Yeah. And we unveiled it's gotten shorter, we think.
My daughter and my fringe.
Yeah, now that you're moms, you don't like that.
Yeah, my daughter's fringe is a good 4 inches higher than mine is.
Right.
But it's crazy. I will just say what's so neat to me is the parents that are of these current bells put together this 40th anniversary with Shannon Phillips, and I cannot thank them enough because they wowed us with their talent and love of the history, so we're able to tell the story.
Last night was really, really special,
Right. Well,
and we were very
everybody
grateful.
Who went to it, I heard, had great things to say and said a lot of people shed some tears.
A lot of tears.
They taught the bells, the new director, the third director, and they taught them the first dance that they ever did in the fringe.
That y'all ever did.
Yes, and no one had ever seen that because we went 6 weeks into the season without a uniform because we couldn't get the superintendent to sign off on one. So we snuck into the gym, and the students had never seen it, and they lined up, and they danced to Donna Summer's Last Dance. And it was a 15-minute ovation, so they had to stand there with their arms raised for 15 minutes.
For the fringe.
Oh, wow.
And
so last night,
I've
talked to the present bells, and they've come up at the spaghetti supper, and they said, we enjoyed that. We looked and we saw all those women crying and how special that was for them. And I said, thank you for doing that.
Right.
It was very special.
Because it obviously goes much deeper with y'all than just a dance team.
You don't realize when you're in high school that it really matters when you're 50.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
Right. You
don't
You're
get
too
it.
young.
You're too young.
But
You're
you can
just
look
immersed
back.
in it. You just want to be a belle, but you'll look back, 40 years from now, and these girls will realize what they've done.
Well, the great thing is this gives girls an avenue to have some of the things that boys have had with football and how they feel about it in any other sport.
Well, we created bells before Title IX.
Yeah, it was all before Title IX. There was nothing for girls to do. So when we see the parents, the little girls that are wearing Bells uniforms, I mean, the sense of pride we have is that it spans generations. We had parents in there crying last night.
Sure.
And over 1,000 alumni were there last night. All the decades and the celebration of the decades, it's something very special.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you got to do that because, as you know, a bunch of people are moving into this area and they have no clue.
Right.
It's not their fault.
Think the Bells have always.
You're right. They think the
right.
Bells is Highland Park football has been here 100 years. The Bells have been here 100 years,
Yeah.
but not so. If it wasn't for y'all and for Kathy Wheat, it'd be a whole different thing at halftime these days. But great story. Thank y'all so much for coming up.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that we got to do this where y'all could tell the story and other people could hear it and kind of hear some of the history. That's the beautiful thing about Highland Park. The history and the tradition is what everybody loves, and this is part of it.
Right. And they need to go see the gym. They put every one of our pictures up there for all the decades.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. In the Bells Gym?
Yes.
That's great. Well, if you have a chance out there, go and see that. And now I know y'all want to see this performance tonight, just as it. So I'm going to let you go and do that. But thank you so much for coming up, and congratulations.
Go Bells and go Scots.
Go Bells. We'll break now for commercial. Be back shortly here at Highlander Stadium for the second half.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified Lexus vehicles at Sewell Lexus.
Attention Highland Park Scots and SMU fans, football is back at Highlander and on the Hilltop. And so is your favorite neighborhood burger joint, Goff's Hamburgers. It's the same burgers, same fries, hot dogs, and chicken you loved as a kid, but now in a brand new location. Goff's is now on Mockingbird between SMU and Central Expressway. Drop in for that unmistakable charcoal grill taste. Host a private party in the back room, or hang out and enjoy the Highland Park and SMU memories hanging on the walls. Goff's Hamburgers, proud supporter of the Highland Park Scots.
We see you, early riser, paying the price, making your move. We see you because we are you. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs. As one of the few Texas banks participating in the Main Street Lending Program, Vista Bank is helping small businesses put America back to work. Isn't it time you join the over 1,500 new PPP clients and make your move to a bank that hustles as hard as you do? Vista Bank. People first.
Back at halftime here at Highlander Stadium, we're all tied up. Marcus and Highland Park 10-10. Jim Castellaw and Jay Ellis joining me. Russell Scott here in the booth. And we'll take a look at some of those first half highlights and how we got to this point after 2 quarters of play. Brendan Storrs had a really nice first half for Highland Park. There's the first touchdown of the game.
That's nice job by Edward Herring. By Luke Herring, excuse me. I'll get one of the Herrings right.
That's what we talked about that in the pregame, getting up there and being able to go up and high point those balls.
Look at Adam Rourke coming in and block that ball, and then as Jay pointed out, everybody says, get away. And then that
Jake Tansey with the field goal right there. And then, of course, we had a nice crowd on hand tonight here in the season opener for Highland Park. Real quickly, first downs, Flower Mound Marcus 13, Highland Park 8. The Marauders had 12 carries for 28 rushing yards. Highland Park had 25 rushing yards on 9 carries. Scots were through the air, 15 of 22 for 271 yards. Flower Mound was 15 of 21 for 137. So Highland Park in that first half, 296 total yards. The Marauders had 165 total yards of offense in that first half.
The Scots moved the ball well up and down the field. 296 yards for a half is not bad.
Yeah, Russell, it's been really exciting. Everything you would hope for in this first game in 6A. I love the Scots' chance at a 10-10 tie, and here's why. Highland Park always does a great job. Their coaches do a great job of assessing what the other team has brought tonight and making adjustments here in this second half. And so if Highland Park can start out second half tied, I think they've got an advantage with game planning and making those adjustments. I also have to take this opportunity to point out the Highlander band on the field. The theme, I think, is the new frontier. They've got new direction this year, and they've just been really, really amazing. Probably working harder than William White in the offseason. These are the kids that work hardest of all. They're the ones who wake up the earliest and just do a fantastic job with that Highlander band.
And we have a new band director as well who's, if I'm not mistaken, instituted a little Florida State Tomahawk Chalk for the crowd to get fired up.
I've heard about it, and I tell you, I've been so focused on the game, I hadn't seen if they've done it yet.
You haven't been waiting?
If they're going to do it, I would imagine it's in a close game in the second half.
Yep,
so
those
of you in the stands, be listening and watching, and it's always fun to see the band in the stands. You know, they used to do that deal where they sort of gallop and spin around, and that's always exciting with
now
the
it's going to be the chop.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see the second half.
And don't worry, we are going.
A mic that's not on.
We are. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. I've got 2 microphones now. We'll see. We're going to listen to the band right now. Let's push that button.
There you go.
That sounds a lot better right there, doesn't it? Okay, we're getting through our first game as well. Don't worry. We are going to watch the Highland Park band here, and then the bells will come up in just a couple of minutes as well. And all of that before we get to the second half of the game. And I'd also like to remind you, coming up at the after the game, we'll be on the field. Jay will be with Coach Allen. We'll also get 2 or 3 of the players to talk to, so we'll have comments from players and coaches after the game. So stay tuned for that as well. Thought the band was just about ready to start.
Yep.
The Glockenspiels are parked in front.
Well, the clock's running, and
there's a cabling issue down here by the 40-yard line on the west side.
Where is Yvonne Zuniga when you need him?
That's right. And I tell you,
Yvonne is at the Cowboy game tonight.
You know, if you saw the band parents taking care of it, they're really, really working hard and getting through there.
So again, 10-10 here at halftime at Highlander Stadium, and we are waiting for the Highland Park band to begin right here.
Highland Park High School proudly presents the 2022 Highland Bells. Lieutenants from left to right are Greer Dunstan, Shelby Sides, Addison Renfro, Logan Perrette, and Sophie Bishop. For your halftime entertainment, the Bells will perform a special 40th anniversary kick routine to Hold My Hand.
In my mind, I'm riding around a cold and empty space.
Over 40 years ago, Highland Bells began as a dream. The dream of a small group of HP girls who crafted a drill team proposal at their Friday night sleepover. Since the first full halftime back in 1983, 1,500 young women have proudly represented our school and community in Fringe. At this time, we invite all current and former Highland Bells and their families to stand and be recognized. Happy 40th anniversary, Highland Bells! The Highland Bells wish to thank all Scots fans for participating in today's pregame spaghetti supper. Remember that bidding on our online auction doesn't close until midnight. Visit www.highlandbells.org to join in the fun. The Highland Bells Spaghetti Supper presenting sponsor is The Program. The Program offers tutoring services in all subjects for 3rd through 12th grade students. Origin Bank is the proud sponsor of the 2022 team. The Bells are under the direction of Mrs. Shannon Phillips. Associate Director is Mrs. Emily Sanchez. And Assistant Director is Mrs. Brittany Silver.
Well, congratulations on 40 years for the Highlander Bells. Great performance tonight. And again, many in the crowd, former Bells and their families.
The Bells have been an institution around here for so long that some people who are new don't even realize. So it's so great to talk to Kathy Wheat, the founder of the Bells, along with the original members.
10-10 our score. Third quarter kickoff is coming up right after we take this final timeout of the half.
The customer service is really unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it with any other company.
The emblem, it just says a lot. It means, hey, I bought from Sewell.
They listened to what I had to say and actually cared about my experience.
Every once in a while, you want to be spoiled, and Sewell does that.
It's not just a transaction. That's the thing about Sewell.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac or SewellCadillac.com.
In the end, it's not the politician that builds this country. It's the entrepreneur, carrying the world's largest economy on their shoulders, putting Americans back to work. Really, they're the only ones who ever could. We've always been the entrepreneur's bank for the century behind and the century ahead. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
Well, it is 10-10 as we get ready to kick off the third quarter of play here at Highlander Stadium. Again, it was a pretty clean first half of play. There was only one fumble, but neither team made a turnover. Flower Mound fumbled, but they got it back. There were more penalties than you might expect. However, this is the first game of the season. Only 3 against Highland Park for 17 yards. However, Flower Mound Marcus had 7 penalties for 73 yards. And again, third down conversions favored the Marauders. They were 3 of 7 on third down conversions. Highland Park just 1 of 6 on third down conversions. And again, the total yards favor Highland Park, 296 to Marcus's 165 total yards of offense.
And you know that 1 of 6 on third down, I know that Coach Allen's going to want to get that cleaned up in the second half, because third down is such a critical down. You got to convert, and the Scots came up short. But again, we talk about it all the time. The halftime adjustments, the Scots are some of the best in the business. Scots coaches are, and so it'd be fun to see how they adjust and what they do to put more pressure on the Marcus quarterback, Welliver.
Scots had a 7-0 lead. Marauders cut it. Marauders. I said it again.
Well, Marauders work. That'll work.
Marauders cut it to a 7-3 lead. And then Highland Park got a field goal, stretched it out to a 10-3 advantage. And the Marauders came back, scored in the last minute of the first half to draw to within 10-10 tie.
Scott's getting ready to kick off now to start the third quarter. They're going to try to pin Marcus back in the far corner. They're kicking off from the left hash, trying to pin Marcus on the left corner.
Joshua Baines has it teed up. He'll put a foot to leather. And our second half is underway. The ball's going to be fielded at the goal line and into the, well, I guess he made a fair catch, so they'll bring it out to the 25. And that's where we will see the Marauders for the first time here in the third quarter. They get the ball first. And again, in that first half, they had 28 rushing yards, 137 passing yards. Again, 165 total yards for the Marcus offense in that first half.
You know, it seems like it seemed Marcus moved the ball with the long passes, several of which got called back. So it seems like they had more than 165 yards. But all knotted up to start the second half. It's going to be fun finish on this one.
Well, here we go. Cole Welliver at quarterback, 6'6", 215-pound junior. Starts with one running back. He's got an H-back who goes in motion. Shifts from left to the right side of the formation. They'll snap it back, hand off. And this is Pelmy trying to get outside. Highland Park does a nice job to chase him down. Brady Dautrieve and Hunter Thornton are the ones that caught up to him. Limits him to just 2 yards on what looked like it could have been a big play.
Yeah, again, running back for Marcus bounces outside. Looks like he's going to have a lot of room, and Scott's move up quickly to shut it down. Safety coming up and run support. Good to see.
2nd and 8, ball spotted to the right hash mark. They'll go with 3 wide receivers this time. Welliver hands it off right up the middle. Perlmutter's going to get stopped. No place to go. He ran right into Spencer Brown, who didn't give an inch. And it's going to be 3rd down and long yardage now for Marcus.
Spencer Brown shucks that big offensive tackle in front of him. It's close to 300 pounds. Number 77, that's Riley Letterman. And Spencer Brown really making short work of it.
Marcus is 3 for 7 on 3rd down conversion tries. Let's see what they do right here. We'll set the tight end off to the right. 3 wide receivers come to the bottom of your screen. 4 seconds on the play clock. Offensive lineman jump. That's going to be a 5-yard penalty. Moves them back to 3rd and about 12 coming up after they mark off the yardage.
That's Jack Tanner, the right tackle for Marcus, couldn't hold his water. And Scots are going to benefit from that. Going to bring up 3rd and about 11.
It's going to be the 8th penalty of the game against Flower Mound for 78 yards.
You got Webster and Ramey in the middle for the Scots. Barton and White, if I'm not mistaken, to the outside. Maybe number 23, Hunter Thornton, in for White at the moment.
Here we go on 3rd and 11 for Marcus. They'll send Pons in motion. Goes all the way across the formation. The snap back to the quarterback. Welliver wants to throw. Sets in the pocket. He got his arm hit just as he released it. That was big Spencer Brown, who got a hand on the football and deflects it down. Incomplete pass, and that brings up 4th down in a punting situation.
Well, what an orbit rush for Spencer Brown right there. Just running around the Marcus offensive tackle. Just didn't have a chance. Watch this replay from the quarterback's point of view. Look at him. Look at him get leverage on that offensive tackle right there, Riley Letterman. And once again, hits Welliver as he's trying to throw the ball.
Punting situation coming up right here for Marcus. Punter stands at his own 12-yard line. It was almost blocked. How could he got that close and not get a hand on it? That was so close.
That's right there again, Adam Rourke. You know, I think Rourke was just being careful. Wanted to make sure he didn't rough the punter if he didn't get the ball. Let's look at a replay of that. Here comes Rourke in the right there. Oh, it's the rugby kick that allowed him to get rid of it.
Well, the ball goes out of bounds, and Highland Park's going to end up in terrific field position. They'll have it inside the 40-yard line of Marcus. This will be their best starting field position of the game for Highland Park. Scots bring the offense back out onto the field. Again, 271 passing yards in the first half for Storr. He'll open, swing it out to Jay Cox out of the backfield. Nice stiff arm, gets around the first defensive man and gets run out of bounds right at the 30-yard line. Coming in to make the tackle is Brandon Benoist, the middle linebacker.
Well, Cox is so explosive coming out of the backfield. Watch him flare out, just a little bubble screen out to the side, and he's going to make one or two guys miss almost every time.
2nd down and 2 now for Highland Park from the right hash mark. 3 receivers to the top of your screen. Delay handoff. Jay Cox up the middle. 1st down and more. He cuts back to the right, down to the 15, and he's all the way down to the 10-yard line. We've got flags, and more flags back at the original line of scrimmage.
We got laundry everywhere, yellow laundry.
If it stands, it'll be a 20-yard pickup for Highland Park.
Offsetting fouls, face mask against Marcus and holding against the Scots. Boy, that's a beautiful run that's wiped out. The Scots executed perfectly on that delayed draw.
Well, let's run it again.
That's 2 times now. Scots have had big yardage on that delayed draw to Cox.
Offense looks to the sideline. The plays are signaled in from the sideline. And you've got 3 guys down there. They have 4 very deep. This time Storr on a delay handoff. He'll pick up the 1st down. He gets crunched at the 25. But that's going to be a 6-yard pickup for Highland Park. And again, that is Matthew Bryant, who finally made the tackle. But look at Storr. He gets a nice block from Jay Cox.
Lead draw. Again, offensive line on the left side. Petty and Jake Watts doing a good job to wheel their men outside. And Cox, the lead blocker.
That's the 9th 1st down of the game for the Scots. 1st down from the Marcus 25. Turn, swing it out to the right side. Ball was almost caught, then almost intercepted, then almost caught. That was Bo Lilly, the intended receiver. Also, Jackson Heiss almost got his hands on it.
Along with a couple of Marcus defenders who were right there, too. Scots are fortunate there just to dodge a bullet.
There you get a good look at the signals being waved in by the assistant coaches.
3 coaches signaling in, 2 are dummies.
Here we go, 2nd and 10 now for the Scots. Oh, here's a reverse coming to the near side. There's a running room and a seam and a touchdown right there for Grayson Schrank. We told you he had speed, and when he found that seam, he goes into the end zone.
Yeah, look at the block by Whit Basso as well, but Grayson Schrank with tremendous acceleration coming around on the reverse from left to right. Let's look at that replay.
Touchdown brought to you by Bob Lilly Productions. We'll get a look at that right after we get the extra point kicked right here for the Scots. Trying to stretch it back to another 7-point advantage. Tansey comes in to kick it.
Cox to hold.
Up and on the way, and it is good. Highland Park on the opening drive of the 2nd half punches it in. And we've got a couple of looks at this last play right here.
Yep. Good block right there by Basso. Gives him the corner of Schrank with just tremendous acceleration.
Once you get the corner right there, then it's Katie barring the door.
Good job by Basso turning back right there. You got to have a little help. Grayson Schrank does the rest of it with his legs.
That's a great look at it. A 25-yard rush. That finishes a 38-yard drive. It took 4 plays, and it took exactly 1 minute for the Scots to get it into the end zone. There's some of those fans who have come out to cheer on the Scots tonight. Is that the king right there?
You want to know what it's like in the student section? Well, here you go.
I like that guy's shirt right there. (17-10), Highland Park leads. Again, the Scots only 2 non-district games this year. They've got a 9-team district as they move up in classification, playing in 6A this year. Kickoff by Baines, and this will go into the end zone. They'll bring it out to the 25.
Good job by Baines, putting it way in the corner. That's the Scots coaching philosophy right there. Pin them up, only give them one way to go.
I was going to tell a story earlier, and we just never had time. Marcus Marauders are under the direction of Kevin Atkinson in his 7th season now and battling Parkinson's disease now. He's really, his voice, you can detect it. It's very noticeable. When I interviewed him, he had one of his assistant coaches come in and speak. And I said, Coach, this has got to be tough for you. How do you do it? How do you do it? And he said, it's one day at a time.
That's how you do it.
And that's how you do it. Inspirational guy, I'll tell you what. There's a handoff around the side. That's Banner. And Chance Banner's going to take it out just across the 30-yard line to the 31.
And Hunter Thornton in it, outside linebacker for the Scots. I have not seen William White lately. Maybe Jay can check on him at the sideline.
Well, there's a penalty against Highland Park. That's going to be a face mask penalty against the Scots. Fourth penalty against Highland Park.
It's a big one. That's a tough one.
Excuse me,
there.
Fifth penalty against Highland Park, I believe. That is the 15-yard variety.
Yeah, that's tough. Put you up close to midfield.
And gives him another first down. Their 14th first down. Swing pass comes out to the near side. Not going to be enough.
Charlie Barton.
Anything. Charlie Barton making a beautiful play.
Charlie Barton looked like he was gnawing on that receiver's leg. He wasn't going to let him get out of there. And he's just done tremendous work after converting it from being a wide receiver. You just don't see that much where a wide receiver moves over and becomes a great outside linebacker, but Charlie Barton's making it happen.
Jack McCullum was the receiver who made the catch. He goes for no gain. Second down and 10 now. H-back will set off to the left side this time. Fake the handoff, throw into the flat right side. That's caught. Taken up the right side, and Carrick Grennan on the reception. All the way down to the Scots 40-yard line.
And Hunter Thornton in pursuit brings him down, but not before Marcus picks up first down.
Marcus going with a little tempo offense right here. As the ball is spotted, they'll go and hand it off. And the running play goes over right tackle, and Highland Park's going to make the tackle right there. Coming in for the Scots and making the stop is Charlie Barton.
Yep, we got Ramey's down.
On the carry was Jake Ballard.
Carlson. Montgomery.
Ramey is down, and we think he's suffering cramps. Not unusual to see players go down with cramps the first game of the season. It seems like last year or the year before we saw a ton of them. And it's just getting back into Friday night football shape for these guys.
And I think it's up until the last week of rain, the heat that they've been working in consistently all summer.
17-10, Highland Park with the advantage. There you get a good look at the crowd here at Highlander Stadium. Out to support their football team.
It's great to see it full like it is tonight. Love it when the visitors bring a big crowd.
Are those new helmets for the Scots this year?
The matte blue.
Yes.
They've used those. They've had those, I think, for a year or two.
Trying to figure out which way to turn to wave.
They don't have the. They don't have the award stickers, which are little white footballs you'll see, but especially towards the playoffs, the whole back of the helmet will look white.
Gotcha.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. 2nd and 6 for the Marauders. They're in Highland Park territory now. Turn, fake the handoff. Welliver wants to throw, looks downfield. He's going to try to check off, and he's going to get caught taken down in the backfield.
That's
Henry Richter is the first man to get him.
And Hummel is in pursuit as well. Richter and Hummel run down Welliver. Cannot find who he's wanting to go to downfield. Watch him right here. He's got good protection. Look. Nobody's open. Good coverage, and that's what you want. Can't find anybody. The defensive line converge. All three of them in on the tackle. Carlson, Richter, and Hummel.
Sam Webster in there to give them all high fives, cheering his teammates on as they make a big play. Loss on the play brings up 3rd and 13 now for Marcus. Well, scrimmage from the Scots 43-yard line.
Here we
Again,
go.
play action. They're going to throw long. That's going to be incomplete. They tried to send up the right side, Isaac Katab. And the defensive back for Highland Park was
Barrett Denton.
Barrett Denton, who was stride for stride with him.
And Geesey and Denton doing a great job back there. Denton again did some great things in the spring and is carrying over now into the fall. And again, that pass, quarterback Welliver had to get rid of it more quickly than he wanted to. He had quick pressure in his face from Kyle Carson from the outside.
It's going to be the 5th punt of the night for the Marauders on a 4th and 13 situation. Punter will stand at his own 45. It's at...
Did you see Adam
Punt's
Rourke?
going to bounce out of bounds right around the 18-yard line.
Don't know if we can get a replay of that, but Adam Rourke introduced himself to the personal protector in a radical way. I just like it. I like how Adam Rourke plays the game.
Here we go. Let's see if we get a look at it right here.
Watch your Adam Rourke.
Here comes Adam
Hello.
Rourke. Boom.
Personal protector said, nobody told me that guy was coming.
Scots are going to take over. They're up 17-10, 6:34 to play, third quarter. 24-yard punt. The Scots will start at their own 19-yard line. Here's a fake handoff. Yep. Quarterback's going to keep it. There's Story. He's got a first down and more. Out across the 30 to the 31-yard line. And that's Drake Hudson out of the secondary to make the tackle. 12 yards on the pickup. A nice run by your quarterback right there.
And that's the Pluto play. The Scots faked the stretch to the right side of the field, and Brennan Storr pulls it out and hits right up the middle. Really puts pressure on the defense because you get everything moving to the defense's left, and then Storr pulls it out and hits right at you.
This time, two running backs in the backfield. They'll turn, fake the handoff to Axley, and Storr is going to keep it again. This time he coming to the near side and jumps out of bounds right around the 34-yard line.
It's quarterback counter. Scots pull the left side of the offensive line. Jake Watts followed by Lawson Petty, and they try to clear it open for him. And again, Brennan Storr is giving the Scots another dimension with his legs.
Second down, 5. Scots need the 40-yard line for a first. 4-man defensive front there for the Marauders. And again, they've got their secondary about 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. Here's a handoff, comes near side,
nice.
And Jay Cox will take it out for the first down. He gets all the way out to the 43 before he's shoved out of bounds.
Now you see a little bit of what Jay Cox can do. Scott's running the stretch play, and if you notice, the Marcus defender hops outside and boxes it in, and quickly Cox sees it, ducks under it, is able to pick up nice yards.
Takes it out to the 43, gives Highland Park another first down. 17-10 lead for the Scots. Just under 6 minutes to go here in the third quarter. 2 in the backfield, play action, swing pass out into the flat left side. That's going to be caught. That's Luke Herring. Herring doing a nice job to protect that football after he took the first hit. And Brock Gowas comes in to make the stop.
Good protection.
Watch after he gets hit, and then he really does a nice job to wrap that football up and hold on to it.
Number 5 also in there on the Drake Hudson with the big hit out of bounds.
Herring with 4 catches, 32 yards, and a touchdown.
Coach Allen doing a great job, as he always does, mixing the play and the running the pass.
Stretch play off to the left side. Axley trying to get around the corner. And will be tripped up after he picks up maybe one. One yard, second down and 9.
And Scott's doing a good job of keeping the chains moving. It's when you got an offense as high powered as Marcus, the best place for them to be if you're Highland Park is sitting on the sideline, watching you drive the ball. 6-play drive so far with 3 first downs for Highland Park.
Second down and 9. Here comes an option play to the near side. They'll pitch it out, and trying to get around the corner is Jay Cox. He's got running room all the way down to the 30-yard line, and another Highland Park first down.
And you got Cox, all right. Cox right there. You got Axley. What's Axley lead block right here? You can't quite see it, but he makes a beautiful block in front. And then you got Heiss over there also in front of him, giving Cox a pat on the head.
Here you go. You get a better look at it right here.
Here we go. There you go. Watch Heiss. Watch Axley. Help from your buddies.
Makes a difference right there. Pass downfield. Scott's got it. That's going to be a touchdown. That's Wilson Axley on the catch. And the Scots score again.
That's a prayer thrown up right there by Brennan Storr, and it was answered, but Axley does a great job of maintaining concentration on the ball. Marcus undercuts the ball. It looks like he's going to go for the interception, but the ball continues to carry, shows Brendan Storr's arm strength. Actually catches it at the 3 and easily walks in for the score.
Extra point coming up right here. While they kick the extra point, we will send it down to Jay Ellis, who had a really good look at that touchdown. The extra point is good. And Jay, talk a little bit about what you saw from your vantage point.
Yeah, well, standing over here on the Scots sideline, I saw Wilson Axley sneaking out of the backfield. You know, they've been running out of that two-back set, and they had Marcus thinking run. He got a really good release, but Storr had to abandon the pocket and right, and he saw Axley one-on-one. Axley was behind his man, and initially they both were coming back to the ball, which you're supposed to do on a scramble, but Storr realized that Axley was actually behind the defender and threw it as they were both coming toward him, and Axley was able to stop on a dime. There was a little bit of contact, but I'm not going to say a push-off. You know, when they both run into each other, there's going to be some separation, and Axley was able to get that separation, take a step back, and make the play. It's another example of how great things happen when that pocket breaks and when Storr is able to find an athletic receiver to make a play.
And that comes from those two guys working together too, because Axley understood Storr's arm strength. The Marcus defender thinks he's in good position right here, and it's like Axley just gets a little bit of a push off and then is free into the end zone.
7-play, 81-yard drive for Highland Park, and the touchdown coming on that pass to Axley. There's a fair catch called on the kickoff, bring it out to the 25, and the Scots enjoying a 24-10 lead with 5:20 to play third quarter.
Well,
these are both teams in 6A this year. Scots moving up in 6A. They'll be in 7-6A district. Although they're going to be the smallest enrollment-wise, they're expected to win the district. The Marcus Marauders in 6-6A expected to win their district.
And again, Highland Park playing next week. Scots pick up the Louisville Farmers also in 6-6A. So some of these teams could be playoff opponents down the road.
First down from the 25 for the Marauders. They're going to hand it off. This is Sauter, who takes it off right tackle.
And
he'll get all the way out to about the 29-yard line. That's going to be Jose Suarez coming in there. No, I'm sorry, Hunter Thornton comes in to make the tackle.
Hunter Thornton in. Then we got Webster in the backers along with Cormick. Scott's got to be wary because, again, Marcus got a lot of firepower. He can score quickly.
Second down and 6. Handoff left side. Sauter this time will get the first down. He'll pad it with a couple of extra yards. That's going to be about an 8-yard pickup. Dotrieve makes first contact and will get the tackle. Also back there is Sam Webster. Barrett Denton contributing on the tackle.
Squeezing down.
Officially, that's going to go as a 9-yard pickup and a first down for the Marauders. Again, Sauter. This time, not much running room for him.
Gang tackling by the Scots. Number 94, that's Cormac Carroll, along with a host of other defenders. Lewis Montgomery taking up 2 spots there. And that's Charlie Barton at the bottom of the pile.
It's going to be Sauter again. This time he takes it off tackle, and he finds a crease all the way out to the 50-yard line. Gets his legs taken out from under him. Coming in there to make the stop for the Scots is Dotrieve.
Nice open field tackle by, I believe it was Dotrieve. Or Barrett Denton might have been. Great open field tackle.
Here we go. Swing pass outside. Oh, look at that play. How about that?
That's tough right there.
It's Adam Rourke who made the tackle, then the hit out of bounds, and the flag is going to go against Highland Park.
Charlie Martin just getting a little overzealous there. Makes the hit after the receiver is out of bounds. But an RPO there, right there. You just don't want to give Flower Mound any extra help. They don't need it. They're good enough as it is.
It's 2 personal fouls against Highland Park here in the third quarter alone tonight. Move the ball all the way down to the 32-yard line. 3 wide receivers. Handed off this time. Goes off right tackle. Perlmutter will stutter step his way out for a pickup of 4 yards.
Marcus is kind of overloading the Scots defense. They have their 5-man offensive front, obviously, with Highland Park's got a 4 technique in front of him, meaning inside eye. But they've also got a sniffer back over there, so they almost got an extra blocker.
Officially a 5-yard pickup. Man goes in motion from left to right. And again, a handoff. And again, this is going to be Perlmutter. This time he's got a little bit of running room. He'll sneak it down to the 14-yard line for the Scots. That's going to be Barrett Denton who comes in to finish off the tackle. A 13-yard pickup. First down. Ball's going to be spotted on the 15-yard line. Swing pass out of the backfield. Running back caught it and then gets hit and brought down. Sam Webster is the man who made the tackle. Dotrieve made first contact.
Welliver with nice touch on the ball right there. They're going to go hurry up offense.
Scott's trying to slow him down. The handoff goes right side, and it's Banner sneaking down inside the 5 to very close to the 3-yard line. And again, the Marauders are going to go as quickly as possible here.
Tough play for the Scots to handle. A little power play to the right side. Let's see if they come back.
Scots bring their linebackers up. Throw's going to go into the corner of the end zone. They caught it. Touchdown.
Yep, that's Kozert on the fade route, and he's got Adam Rourke in coverage. And give Welliver credit. He put the ball right where Kozert needed it, and Kozert comes down with it.
Second touchdown of the night for Kozert on a very similar play. And if Marcus can convert the extra point, they'll draw to within 7. 2:29 to play here in the third quarter.
You get the feeling that this is going to go down to the wire.
I do. Petro, foot to leather, and the extra point is good. 24-17. Highland Park still with the advantage, but Marcus is not going away. You showed up for this one tonight, or if you're watching it wherever you're watching, you got a good game here to open the season.
This is what you want if you want early on. You want to be tested. You want to find out exactly where you stand. Blowouts don't help you any. Games like this are where you really find out what you got.
There's head coach Randy Allen in constant contact with the guys up in the press box. He calls the plays. He's got an offensive coordinator, but Coach Allen is the person that calls the plays.
And he does a heck of a job.
At least that's what he tells me when we win.
He'll do it. He'll call them all the time. He's just got such a feel for what will work. You know, I've asked him sometimes, can you explain this and this? And he's on such a higher plane than I am.
Jay Ellis, you want to jump in on this?
That Coach Allen tells you that he calls the plays, the games that he wins, but you know, the guy's actually really humble as well. At the parents meeting a few weeks back at the start of the season, he told the parents about the home record during his career, and there have only been 2 losses. And I remember Coach Allen telling the parents that he personally had 2 bad nights in his 24 years at home.
I'd say he's okay. We're okay with that. We can live with that.
Petro's got it teed up. He's going to kick it off here with 2:29 to go in the third quarter. It's going to be Bo Lilly deep. Schrank to one side, Axley to the other side. They'll stand around the 10-yard line. This time, this one's going to get kicked high and into the end zone. They'll let it go there and bring it out to the 25.
Bo Lilly deep that time, yep. A lot of time left in this game, and again, I don't think either one of these teams is going to give in. It's going to go down the wire.
Nobody's ready to go home yet.
Great first night, opening night of football for the Scots anyway.
First time Highland Park and Marcus have ever played. Here we go with the Scots from their own 25. First play of the drive. Play act. No, they are going to hand it off and grind out to maybe the 27-yard line. That's Jay Cox on the carry for the Scots, and Kapler comes in to make the tackle for the Marauders.
That's like that lead draw again because of how much pressure the defensive line likes to put on the quarterback. They're coming upfield hard, and it sets them up for the draw.
Colin Hale comes in at a wide receiver for Highland Park. He'll be far to the right side, the bottom of your screen right there. Handoff. This is Axley going around the left side. Axley looked like he was going to pick up more than that. Marauders make a pretty good defensive play out there. This is going to be maybe back to the line of scrimmage. 2-yard pickup. Jake Jund made the play. Officially, it'll go down as a 1-yard Highland Park gain.
Yeah, Axley with the ball there. Again, we haven't got to. We saw in the scrimmage Wilson Axley make a beautiful run through traffic, and he's prone to do that anytime. That time, Jay Cox was a great lead block pancake in front of him. Axley just couldn't quite get around the corner.
Jay Cox, by the way, 7 carries for 49 yards. He leads the Highland Park ground game tonight. Here we go. Storrs going long up the left side. Did he hold on to it? No, not able to. Great. So close. Luke Herring, the intended receiver.
A great effort right there. Brennan Storr throws a great ball, puts it out in front of Luke Herring on the go route down the left sideline. Look at Herring get separation and then stretch out. Just can't quite come down with it, but what a tremendous effort by Luke Herring.
Cole McKnight was in man-to-man coverage on him. 4th down now for Highland Park. Punting situation for the Scots. 4th punt of the night for the Scots. It's going to be a high wobbler. Takes a Highland Park bounce and goes out of bounds right around the 25-yard line. We've got time for a couple of more plays here in the third quarter. 53 seconds left in the period. A 47-yard punt will put the Marauders back at their own 25-yard line. Highland Park up 24-17. After the game, we'll speak with head coach Randy Allen. We'll also hear from some players of the game from the Highland Park side. Hope you'll stay tuned for that. We'll go through the full stats and look at highlights too.
All right, here we go. See if the defense can rise to the occasion and get the ball back.
Marauders have it at their own 25. Handoff. And not much running room. Chance Sauter tried to make a cut, slipped down.
Yep.
It's going to be a 1-yard pickup.
Richter comes up with the ball for the Scots. He's saying, hey, does this count? '57 is for the back for the Scots is Morse. Sam Morse's little brother, Jack Morse, I believe.
Jack Morse in.
We all remember Sam.
Hands off right side. Sauter. He'll pick up another 5. 31.
Richter coming in to make the play for the Scots.
Tell you what, Richter's been all over the place tonight.
Had a good night. You know, he did some great things last year as a sophomore, and he's building on it right now during his first game of his junior year.
He had 11 tackles last year as a sophomore. Moves into that starting role, or will be one of the 4 or 5 defensive linemen that they'll rotate in but he's seen a lot of playing time tonight. Into the fourth quarter, and the Scots lead 24-17. Let's take a break. We'll come back with fourth quarter action from Highlander Stadium. Scots up by 7 as we get ready for the fourth quarter after this.
With almost 100 offices across the state of Texas, and 50 of them in the DFW area alone, Capital Title is here to serve you. Made by Texans, for Texans. Capital Title is the largest independent title company in the United States. We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
When I think Lexus, I automatically think Sewell.
When I look at a license plate that says just Lexus, I'm like, oh, that's good for you. When I see a Sewell on it, I'm like, you know what I know.
I show up and I have my crew with me. They acknowledge me and they acknowledge my children, maybe give them a high five.
You get more than you expect. You get the wow factor at Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified Lexus vehicles at Sewell Lexus.
Ready to get the fourth quarter underway here at Highlander Stadium. Scots up 24-17. Third down. Marcus. They're going to hand it off. Again, Sauter does a nice job of changing direction. First contact made by Charlie Barton. Tackle finally made by Jack Morris.
Again, you can remember his brother Sam Morris did some great things for the Scots offensive line, also as a H-back tight end early in his career.
First down picked up by Marcus. And again, they'll keep it on the ground. They got some running room. Boy, a nice little jaunt by Perlmutter. And finally, Hunter Thornton comes across to make the tackle for the Scots. But another first down for the Marauders. That's a 13-yard run.
Marcus comes to a little trap and catches the Scots a little flat-footed.
Well, it's worked, so they'll keep it on the ground. This time they're not going to get very far. Spencer Brown hugs on the running back and brings him down. Got some help from Lewis Montgomery.
Montgomery did a thankless job of playing nose guard, taking on 2 or 3 blocks every time out and trying to hold his ground, letting his buddies do the work of making the tackle.
Perlmutter, number 22 for the Marauders. Now last 2 carries. Now at 10 carries for 66 yards. I'll get it out in a minute, Mike. I promise. It's first game of the season. Chance Banner. And again, Sam Webster in there to make the tackle. So Mike Maccabee, our statistician, gives me all these great stats, and sometimes they just don't want to come out of my mouth correctly. Third down and 2 coming up right here. I get home and my wife
all the time.
My wife always says, "What were you trying to say?" It's a long story.
Big play right here. 3rd and 2 for the Scots. For Marcus. Scots need to stop him.
This time they're going to go to the air, try to complete it, and they do. That's Pons who makes the catch out around the 35, turns it up, and we'll get down to the 30-yard line. That's another first down for the Marauders.
That's number
23rd first down for Marcus.
Carl Williams coming up to make the play. Again, hurry up offense.
Quarterback's flushed out of the pocket, rolls off to the right side, overthrows his intended receiver, and that's incomplete. Mason Chavis, the intended receiver. And Highland Park getting a lot of push that time. And I was trying, that wasn't Rick. That was
Richter. Spencer Brown came through untouched. Look at him come underneath the big offensive tackle, and he's upset with himself. He's pounding the ground because he wanted that sack and just couldn't come up with it. But he did force Welliver to unload it before he wanted.
Got a Highland Park player down. Looks like cramps again down around the 21-yard line. Head coach Randy Allen coming out to take a look. I don't know who that is, but the trainer is there trying to help him out.
Looks like it is number 12, Giese.
He'll come off the field.
It's Weston Giese.
So
his granddad is somebody you may have heard of. Is Gary Hammond. Do you remember Gary Hammond with the St. Louis Cardinals?
Yes.
New York Jets and
yes.
And and played for SMU with Coach Allen. DC doing a good job coming in to back up Mac Ballard, who's out for a while with an injury. 2nd down and 10.
9:58 to play. 9th play of the drive here. Handed off. Not much running room right there. Beautiful defensive play. Sam Webster fought off his blocker, steps up there, and limits it to a 1-yard gain.
That should be we need to look at that again, because Webster does a great job holding off his blocker, holding leverage, and just playing through it until he can get an arm around the ball carrier, refusing to give in to that block by number 84.
That's a big tight end who was blocking him right there, and Webster doing a beautiful job for the Highland Park defense.
That's a highlight reel right there, showing how to keep the blocker on one side, play them off, and then use your other arm to bring out around the ball carrier.
Marauders are 5 for 11 on 3rd down. They've got 3rd and long coming up right here.
Hummel, Richter, and Brown up front. Looks like we got Morse and Webster at backer.
Highland Park bringing a linebacker up the middle. The throw's going to go to the right side. Receiver wide open. That's Pons. Did he get in?
No, he's out of bounds.
Out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. The linesman will spot him out at the 3.
All right. Nice throw and nice route.
26 yards.
26-yard gain. Starts inside. Pons starts inside. Heads back to the corner. Scots can't quite get there. Marcus is set up. The 3-yard line. Let's see if Highland Park, the Scots, can make a stand.
This drive so far has gone 72 yards. Scots trying to keep them from going 75. Oh, high snap. Pulls it down, handoff, and they got it. I'm not sure how, but somehow Chance Banner was able to slither through the middle for 3 yards and a touchdown.
And William White coming on a dog blitz from the outside, almost gets him in the backfield, but can't quite hold on, and Marcus slides in the end zone.
An extra point to come will tie this game if they're successful. Michael Petro steps in there, the right-footed kicker. Colton Bedgood to do the holding chores, kicks up and on the way. And we've got a tie football game with 9:05 to play. It's now Highland Park 24 and Marcus 24.
And as we said, it's going down to the wire.
This one is going down to the wire.
It's going to be who can score in the 4th quarter. Scott's had a lot of backups in on defense, and I'm wondering if those cramps are causing more of a problem, or that we're looking at some injury situations we may not know about.
Drive for Marcus, 11 plays, 75 yards, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Banner with that 3-yard run to cap it off. And it came off that high snap. You thought, that's not going to be good.
Well, Welliver did a good job pulling it down and still making it happen. But again, William White is an eyelash away from making the play in the backfield for a 3-yard loss. Might have changed everything.
Petro's got it teed up. He'll kick it from the 40, left to right here at Highlander Stadium. Lilly's going to stand right in that lacrosse circle, isn't he?
Does that show up?
It does. It does. He's got Schrank and Axley down there with him. And this one's going to go into the end zone. Bring it out to the 25. Highland Park still didn't get a return on a kickoff, have we?
I think, has either team? I think either team's fair caught everything.
Fair catch or letting it go into the end zone.
One of the two.
Get a good look right there. The Scots offense getting some last-minute instructions.
Intensity needs to pick up. Winning team's going to execute. This is where you really got to focus.
Highland Park's going to go with 2 running backs right here. Wilson Axley comes in to join Jay Cox.
Marcus still in that 4-man front, 2 linebackers, 5-man box, though, a lot of times.
Fake the handoff. Storr sets back, throws across the middle. There's Jay Cox. Cox breaks a tackle at the 40. Jay Cox down to the 20. And Jay Cox is going to score a 25-yard pass and run. And the Highland Park Scots have retaken the lead.
And that's a play Highland Park has run over and over in critical situations over the years. Jay Cox takes a dives up the middle as looks like the lead blocker and just keeps going down the middle of the field in the seam. Brennan Storr hits him in stride. Cox breaks a tackle, able to get in the end zone.
Cox will stay in the game and do the holding chores on the extra point.
We'll get a look at that in a minute.
Here's Tansey. Kicks up and on the way. It's good, and the Highland Park Scots spend very little time tied up with Marcus. Touchdown makes it 31-24 as we'll check in along the sideline. First with Jay Ellis.
Oh, Jim, you called it. That's a play that we usually see later in the season from Highland Park as a defense starts to stretch those safeties out with the threat from the outsides. Eventually, that inside becomes vulnerable, and if they can sneak Paxton Alexander. No, I know it's Jay Cox, but he's Paxton Alexander.
He's Paxton Alexander tonight.
Which is exactly who Jay Cox grew up watching. And as he told you guys on Monday night, that was sort of his idol and the one that inspired him to be a pass-catching running back for Highland Park. But that's the play where Randy Allen sees
look at this.
Make those safeties stretch over and over and over. And then it's impossible for the linebackers to wall off the running back as the number 3 receiver sneaking down the middle.
And
especially when it's Jay Cox.
And look at Herring and Heiss making their blocks on the outside, leaving Cox in single coverage down the middle. And even though the tackle's coming, look at the stiff arm. Boom! Stiff arm. Cox says, get out of here.
That was
He's headed to the end zone.
Jake Ballard, who was trying to make the tackle, unsuccessful though. And here's another fair catch called. They'll bring it out to the 25 to set things up.
It's a lost art, the stiff arm. You just don't see it much anymore from running backs, and Cox has thrown 2 good ones tonight.
Pat Sauer has been out and about in the stands and on the sideline. And Pat, you want to join in our conversation on that last touchdown?
Jay said, we got corner routes going with both the slot receivers and out routes with our outside guys that, the smash route. And it just opens up like the Red Sea, and then Cox splits the middle, and he's only got to beat a linebacker. So really well executed.
By the way, that drive went one whole play, 75 whole yards, and it took 13 seconds.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Here's a handoff, and what a nice open field tackle right there. Is that Rourke? Yes, it is. Adam Rourke, who made the tackle after Jake Ballard took it around the left side, picked up a first down, but didn't get past Rourke.
And obviously, Mark is going to continue to pound the ball. They're again going a little bit of a hurry up, trying to put some pressure on Highland Park's defensive front.
Low snap picked up by Welliver, and he hands off. This is going to be, again, Ballard. Dances his way out near the 43. Finally will be brought down. Charlie Barton is among those in there on the tackle.
Henry Richter getting wrapped up, held by the offensive tackle. It's hard to get off those blocks, but that's what Highland Park's defensive front has to do. Do not get face-to-face with those big blockers up front, because they will hold you.
Scott's with that 3-man defensive front. Welliver calls for the snap. Turns, hands it off. Again,
Much
right
better.
up the middle. 3 yards on the pickup.
And that's big Ford Hummel, the nose guard, making the play right there. Scott sub in. In comes Carlson. In comes Spencer Brown.
And you talk about the starters on the defensive line. It doesn't really matter who starts because many are going to get to play.
Coach Leitner says we got 16 starters.
Swing pass out into the flat right side. It's caught. There's first down, and we have every official on the field, I think, threw their flag.
Yep, everybody saw something. Chop block. You cannot block below the waist unless you're in the tackle box.
And let's see what they're going to. Crackback block.
It's not just the.
We got flags coming from everywhere, so
it's not just a crackback; it's a cut.
Well, that's got to be what? Is that 10 penalties now? And
you can see it right there. That cut right there is what got thrown by number 1.
It's a great look at it right there.
Yep.
9th penalty of the game against the Marauders.
Huge play right here. 3rd down.
Fake the handoff. And they will go long. Throw it long. Highland Park may intercept this.
Yep.
And Adam Rourke nearly had it. Adam Rourke's going to dream about that one tonight.
Adam Rourke's rolling around. Hope he's okay. He's cramped. May come back a little bit. He's all right. Great coverage by Adam Rourke, getting deep, almost coming up with that interception.
Well, the way they punted tonight, probably okay that he didn't intercept it because they have not kicked anything very deep. And it's 4th and 12, and likely they will punt this away.
Could Jay Cox give us a return right here? He is electric when he gets an open field. Let's see the Scotsman set up a wall for him down the Highland Park sideline.
You want that or you want a block punt?
It's just a block punt would be fine too.
7:11 to play in our football game. Highland Park with a 7-point lead, and a timeout was taken. I think the play clock was almost going to run out on them. First time out of the second half by either team. And again, Highland Park up 31-24.
7:11 to play. Marcus has 2 timeouts. Scots have all 3 of theirs. Of course, that punt return might make that a moot point. Scots take on the Louisville Farmers next week, also out of 6A. The district mates with Flower Mound Marcus, part of the Louisville School District, both teams.
Plano East, who they scrimmaged last week out of that district as well.
Exactly. So
here's the punt.
Okay, Mr. Cox, here we go.
He's going to get a try at it.
Yep. Great effort.
Fielded it at the 26, brings it out to 42 and a half. And there is a flag on the play, and this may be against Highland Park. Well, 7:01 to play in this one, and it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. No. But what you've seen so far offensively, happy with?
I'm incredibly impressed with the way the Scots, because you have to realize how good a team Marcus is. They are no slouch. They are a quality team, and they might run the table after this.
Thought there was a penalty on that. Apparently there was not. It was a 15-yard return by Jay Cox. And we have chain problems again on the far side once more. Now the manual, when we started the game, the electronic
wouldn't work. And
now they're having trouble with the manual one. Oh no, they've got the electronic one back up and working again.
Oh look. All right, here we go. Gonna have a great finish right here.
2 in the backfield for Highland Park. Quarterback's going to keep it. Nice run by Brennan Storr. Right through the middle. He kind of pinballs his way out to the 48-yard line.
Once again, the Pluto play. Scott's faked the stretch to Jay Cox, and Brennan Storr pulls it out. All the defense is flowing to the offensive right, and he cuts back against the grain. That's pick up nice yards.
He's got an option on that, correct? He can either hand it off or he can pull it and take it.
Coach Allen gives his quarterbacks a lot of leeway on run-pass options and plays like that.
2nd down and 4 now for the Scots. They need the 50-yard line for a first down. Here we go, trying to get around the outside. Axley's not going to get there. Tackled by, Devin Strange. Ripped his helmet off.
Big offensive tackle, Lawson Petty, fighting hard with Strange to get the corner. Can't quite get it turned. Brings up 3rd down.
Scott's on 3rd downs tonight. 1 for 7.
That's surprising. I feel like
Herring, man-to-man.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
nice.
he's going to take his man out deep, and it's going to be Jay Cox who will catch this one out of the backfield.
Let's see where they mark it.
It's right to the left ear of that guy who was just standing in front of our camera.
First down right there. Again, you see the weapon that Jay Cox is, and it's just a little float out into the left flat right there, and he is so quick and so elusive that the linebackers cannot get there in time to prevent the first down.
16 first downs now for Highland Park. Jake Watts will come in for the Scots. He's going to check in at left tackle, it looks like.
Looks like Lawson Petty and Will Ogle in at the sophomore in at guard.
Marula stays in at center. Here's a handoff, and
Storr.
no, it's Storr who's going to keep it.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you what, he was looking like a running back right there, and he takes it all the way down inside the 35.
Looks like we got a hold, though.
Yep, there's the yellow flag right there.
Oh, it's tough right there. Nice little play. Looks like, Pezzi had his helmet knocked off, and so he had to come out. That's why we saw Watts move to tackle. But Petty's now back in. Pickleman in at the left guard for the Scots. And you didn't see Storr at first, and then all of a sudden he pops out of there to the left.
Move it back to the 49-yard line. It'll stay first down. I said 49, actually the 47-yard line.
Yeah,
Scots have a 1st and 14.
Junior Case Pickleman in at left guard for the Scots.
.5:28 to play in the football game. Highland Park up 31-24 here at Highlander Stadium. Play action. Here's a screen pass to Axley. He's got blockers in front of him. He's got all the way down to the 40. He's near that line needed, and I don't think he got there.
Hey, I love Lawson Petty. Lawson Petty's out there on this screen, and he runs nose to nose with Jake Jund and puts him on his back with a pancake. You'll see it right there. And then they get up with some choice words for each other, but it's Lawson Petty on top of Jake Jund right there. I'm glad Petty's on our team.
Second down and short yardage now for the Scots. Keeps the clock moving as well, so that's something to keep in mind also. Axley joins Cox in the backfield now. Again out of the shotgun. Play action, throw across the middle, caught, first down. Nice catch made right there by Grayson Schrank. He got hit immediately. That was
3.
Chance Sauter coming in there to make the stop. And Sauter playing both ways now.
Give Schrank credit right there. He's going over the middle. He knows he's going to get leveled, but he still makes the catch. And he comes down with it, gets rocked, but he comes down with it. Great courage by the slot receiver that time, especially coming off a year when he was injured. He's laying it all out there.
5 catches, 24 yards for Grayson Schrank now. Here's Jay Cox. Gets a little bit off the right side. And Jace Bardwell in to make the stop.
3:45 and counting now in the game, or at least in the fourth quarter.
Second down and long.
Coach Allen,
the 7th play of the drive now for the Scots.
Coach Allen would like nothing better just to milk this thing down and not even score at the end, just run it out.
Again, 2 running backs in the backfield, 3 wide receivers for Highland Park. Play action. Storr wants to throw. Drifts off to the right side, throws long to the end zone, and we have contact and flags thrown. And this is going to be pass interference against the Marauders. But the bad news is that's Luke Herring who gets up limping.
I think it's a cramp again. I hope it's not hamstring, because he got up very quickly, acting like he knew what it was, though he was in some pain. That's going to be a 15-yard penalty, and Scots are going to be down close to the 20-yard line.
3:12 to play in the game. Scots will get a first down on the penalty.
Look at this. Look at this again. Good protection up front. Pickelman comes out. And Storr. Yep. Jay Ellis is the band director here is playing Fireball. Well, they're a long way away from what's happening on the field, so they're focusing on the band. Here we go.
First down and 10 for Highland Park after the penalty. Here we go. Keep it inside. Axley.
Wilson trying to stay in bounds, trying to keep the clock running, but it's pulled out of bounds in the last minute.
Stops at 3:07. We'll reset the clock. That's going to be a no gainer.
Well, this is what you love. If you're an offensive line, this is exactly how you want to end the game. I'm just going to pound you, pound you, pound you.
This drive's already gone right at 4 minutes. And Storr now steps up.
Yep.
Again, works out of the shotgun. Has both of those running backs. Fakes the handoff. Storr is going to keep it himself. It's a nice job not to run out of bounds. He'll get down inside the 5-yard line.
Great smarts by Brennan Storr, staying in bounds. Do not go out of bounds. Stop the clock. Watch this play. Backside lineman from the right, pull right to left. You fake the stretch play to the right. It puts the defense in a bind because they're getting action both ways. It's very difficult to stop.
Start the clock again after they set the football down and move the chains. 2:45 and counting. Scots will take their time. Here we go. Snap it back, hand it off.
Oh, he's driving.
And he'll get down to about the 3-yard line.
Tries to get a little help from the backside by Lawson Petty and Wilson Axley.
Jay Cox helping the defenders up.
Jay Cox, he's a great guy. He's a great kid. Not a kid, but you can tell he's all about team and winning.
10th play of the drive coming up right here. Again, the Scots take their time. They're going to let that play clock go down. They won't snap the ball. We'll be inside 2 minutes to go in the game. They're up by 7 with the ball inside the 5-yard line. 2nd and goal to go.
Looks like Coach Allen going to take a timeout.
Take a timeout right here. Don't forget, coming up after the game, we'll talk to our players of the game on the field. And we'll hear from head coach Randy Allen as well, trying to select our players of the game now. And then we'll send Jay Ellis off to run and catch up with them after this one's over. We'll have highlights too coming up during the post-game show. Mike McAbee's going to pass along some stats. There you go. See the players right there on your screen. And at least at this point, things look really good for Highland Park, barring something crazy.
This type of game will do more for Highland Park than most people realize. And you're glad you come out as a win because it's I think they realize this is a good team that you're fixing to beat, and there are points in this game where if one play goes different, it could go the other way.
Exactly.
And it's going to be a good learning experience because there's going to be a lot of good things. There's going to be some things that aren't so good. But to come out on top against a team like this, first game of the year, very impressive.
Out of the timeout, straight up the middle goes the quarterback, and he's going to get slammed to the turf. Brennan Storr might have picked up a yard, maybe 2 yards right there, and he ran right into Will Upshaw.
And that's not all bad because Marcus just used their second timeout. They got one left.
Scott's trying to use up the clock. Marcus trying to save the clock. They'd like to get the ball back one more time. They would like to hold Highland Park here and then get the ball back.
And Highland Park's offensive line would like to just mash it into the end zone.
If you didn't know, Jim is an old offensive line guy.
Well, those guys, they toil, and, you know.
In anonymity.
And I'm going to make sure that people know that the things that Jay Cox and Wilson Axley and the Highland Park running backs do would not be possible without those guys up front.
Third down coming up now for Highland Park after the timeout. They've come over and gathered around head coach Randy Allen. I would just once like Coach Allen to let us put a microphone in there. Hear what all's saying, being said by.
I would too. I'm not sure
we couldn't air it.
Yep.
Minute 40 to go in this football game. Scott's with a third down and goal to go.
Option.
Yes, sir. The quarterback got in.
Yes, sir.
Yes, touchdown. That's Brennan Storr on a 1-yard run. And the Scots pretty much put this one away with that play.
Well, how often have we seen Highland Park and Coach Allen down near the goal line, need a big play, come with the option, but watch Brennan Storr on this when we replay it after the extra point try. He comes out there and he shows the ball on the pitch, but then pulls it back.
Here comes Tansey with the PAT. Cox to hold. I love that picture right there.
Yep.
There it is. He splits the uprights. Scott's by 14 now. 38-24. Let's see if we get a look at that touchdown from Brennan Storr.
Here comes the option. I don't know if you can see it from that angle, but he put the ball out as if he was going to pitch it and then pulled it back, which is difficult to do because you want to be careful you don't lose the handle on it. Oh, nope, let's go the other way. And with that power, gets into the end zone. Great effort, Brennan Storr.
That drive took 5 minutes and 26 seconds off the clock. 11 plays, 59 yards for Highland Park, and Brennan Storr capping it off with that touchdown run. Now, and Highland Park may have put this away, 38-24.
They probably did, but I'll tell you this right now, most other teams would say, well, it's over. I'll guarantee you right now, Marcus is saying, we score one quick, get an onside kick, we score again, and we're going to overtime. That's the mindset of a great team, and Marcus is one of those.
Well, and the other thing is, you know that Highland Park coaches are not letting them get overconfident or think this one's over.
You just can't with a quarterback like Welliver and two speedy receivers. You just
go back to that.
Can't count it until it's done.
Go back to that state championship game.
You bet.
The kickoff, and this one may be returned.
They wanted to.
He dropped it and picks it up. Oh, he did call for the fair catch. I'm sorry, he did call for the fair catch.
But the drop. But once he picked it up, it was dead.
All right, minute 34. Defense for Highland Park comes out trying to seal this one.
And the defensive linemen love this because they know that
Scott's going to a kind of a prevent look right here.
Yep. And the ball is being marked back at the 8-yard line because the ball was dropped and then picked up. And so they lose the ability to come out to the 25.
Marauders have been successful with some long passes in this game, so Highland Park's got to guard against that. Safeties are going to drop. Pretty deep right here.
We got number 54, sophomore Daniel Turner in at nose guard for the Scots.
Welliver wants to throw, has to dodge traffic. He's going to throw this one into the flat left side, and they'll just jump out of bounds with it right there to stop the clock with 1:23 to go.
Let's see who's down.
Scots have a player down right around the 15-yard line. Must not be anything serious because one of his teammates went by and talked to him and then tapped him on the head.
It's like a cramp again.
So what are we using? We using mustard packets? We using pickle
I don't know,
juice?
but there's going to be a run on pickle jars at Tom Thumb of next week.
Jay Ellis says one's already in the tub.
I remember that year we had I bet we had 20 kids that went down on the first game, and it may have been out at the Tom Landry Classic.
It was.
And
Yep.
the next week, everybody was drinking pickle juice. So frustration kind of showing now for Marcus. Okay.
It's Barrett Denton who gets up. He's going to walk off under his own power.
Yep.
Jay Ellis tells us that's at least 7 defensive players who have been fighting through cramps. Offense lines up, but they're going to have to wait till Barrett gets off the field.
And does that remind you of Finn Corwin coming off in the Manville game? Hobbling off after he caught a 4th down pass.
Again, let's give you the picture. 1:23 to play. Highland Park up 14. Marauders trying to figure out how they can come back and score 14 with less than a minute and a half to go. Straight drop back from his own end zone. Welliver wants to throw. He's going to be caught and sacked.
Richter.
He is dropped right around the 2-yard line. He got out of the end zone, but he didn't get very far.
I say Richter was that 67? That may have been Carter Noonan.
We'll get a look at it right here. We'll find out who exactly it was.
That may be Carter Noonan. Number 67, yes.
It is.
Carter Noonan, the junior, in at defensive end, gets his chance to get a piece of the glory.
Keeps the clock moving as well. Now from the 2-yard line. 42 seconds to go. Welliver again wants to throw from deep in his own end zone. He pumps twice, throws. It's complete. Out at the 20, 25. They've got a first down to the 30-yard line. And the catch is going to be made by Grummer. Tackle is going to be made by Sam Webster. 28 yards on that. Stops the clock with 32 seconds to go.
Hurry up offense, obviously.
They'll start the clock now that they've got the ball spotted. Straight drop back again by Welliver. He'll dump this to Pons across the middle.
Nice
He's going to
play.
be tackled, and that's going to keep the clock going. That's Carl Williams comes in to make the tackle.
Nice open field tackle by Carl. Ropes him up around the legs, won't let him go.
They're trying to signal the play in, but only 10 seconds on the game clock, and Highland Park is going to put this one away. 4-3. And they'll snap it for one final play. Long pass downfield, and it's going to be incomplete. Trying to get it down there to Kitab, and Highland Park will put this one away. Scots win their season opener. They knock off Marcus 38-24 here at Highlander Stadium.
Well, what a great way to start the season for the Scots. Going up against a team that a lot of people weren't sure they could beat. But yep.
38-24. We're going to hear from head coach Randy Allen coming up momentarily, and we'll talk to our players as well. This is always one of my favorites when they come out and shake hands.
Yep. And there's obviously a lot of respect. You watch these guys, they're not just going through the motions. They're saying great job to each other coming through that line.
And again, both of these teams expected to win their respective districts this year. Scots out of 7-6A, and the Marauders in District 6-6A. Scots again next week face Louisville, another team out of that same district. Highland Park opens with a victory tonight.
The Scots don't have any time to slowly get ready. It happens fast, earlier than it ever has. Third game of the season, district starts.
9-team district for the Scots this year.
Not sure why the UIL thought that was a good idea, but somebody obviously did.
Trying to see where head coach, Randy Allen's going to talk to his players first. He's going, look at that. Coach Allen's going over to shake hands with several of the Marauder players as well. Tell them good job. getting everything set up. Here's Coach Allen down on the sideline.
Coach Allen right now. Win number 1 is in the books for season 2022. Tell us a little bit about what the offense came out to do tonight and how they executed.
Well, we were inconsistent, but we got 37 points on a really good defense.
Coach,
made some big plays, and we were in rhythm, and then we couldn't make 4th and short in the first half, and then in the second half we came out and scored twice. Beginning of the third quarter, and then we kind of went to sleep, and then we woke up a little bit and had a great drive there at the end.
Coach Allen, we always ask about offense and defense, but your special teams were really polished tonight. You made field goal and extra points. The punting game was good. Tell us about the emphasis you all have on that week in, week out, even though we don't see as much in the scrimmage.
Well, I want to say this, that Jay Cox and Brendan Store's connection when we were tied was a big turning point of momentum, because they had all the momentum. They'd worn our defense out, and that catch and run and throw by Brennan to Jay Cox was critical in the game. Yeah, our kicking game was sound. You never know going into the first game how you're going to be, but our guys executed really well, and we kicked off and got great field position, and we made all our extra points, and our punter did a good job. Our snapper did a great job. Our protection held up, so we're real proud of our kicking game.
Coach Allen, you talked about that pass down the middle to Jay Cox. I was going to go back to it and ask you this. Were you setting them up for it, or did you eventually see their safeties split so wide that you couldn't resist?
Both.
Great answer. Coach Allen, your defense was fantastic as well. You had, I didn't count them, but I would bet 20 or 22 guys contributing, in the heat of the battle, and some cramps as well. Tell us a little bit about the depth you have on that defense.
Yeah, we were playing third level guys sometimes, and for sure we were playing too deep, and we got a lot of kids in the game. We had to because of cramps, and I don't know what it is, but our football team, the first game of the season, we always cramp, and the other team doesn't have any cramp. So I don't know what we're doing wrong or what we can change, but it's the same way every year, and we're just fortunate to have enough depth to hang on.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, you mentioned how your defense maybe was getting a little bit tired there in the second half. Obviously, you did have some cramping. 28 points, though, from the offense in the second half. What did you guys see in the second half as far as making adjustments, and the offense really came alive there in the second half?
Well, it's always a matter of execution. We ran a reverse, and they had the perfect blitz call, and we executed it and blocked it perfect, and Grayson made a great run to score. Then we got in rope and lasso with our two backs, and we had some consistency there, running the ball, and we threw a throwback, and Wilson Axon made a great catch in the end zone down here. And then when they tied us, we ran a cross play where both backs cross. It was play action, and Jay, you try to slip Jay in the middle before the safety can see him, and then Jay broke a tackle and scored. And then this last drive was the pretty one. When you got to make a drive and eat the clock up, we had up 7 minutes and scored with a minute to go.
And obviously, you really, you beat a quality team, maybe one of the best offenses you'll probably face all season. You've got to be pretty happy as far as week one, just the way that your guys executed on both sides of the ball.
Oh yeah, anybody that beats Marcus has got a really good football team. They're very talented, and they're going to be they're going to win a lot of football games. They play Southlake this next week, and I think that'll be a heck of a game.
Coach Allen, you've got a worn-out team over here that I know wants to hear from you. We're going to let you go, and we'll talk to some of your players. Congratulations on win number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Back to you upstairs, guys.
I'll tell you what, head coach Randy Allen, I could sit and listen to him talk football all day long, and what's even as amazing as anything else, he remembers every single play that happens out there. And even knowing that we were able to eat up 7 minutes on that last drive,
right.
We sat here and watched the game where I'm not thinking as much as he is about all the tactics and what he's got to worry about.
But his recall is unbelievable.
Yes, and he knows what's going on, and he can remember this, and that's what makes him successful. That's why he has now won 400 and. I don't remember what I had for lunch either. 425 games now as a head coach in Texas high school football.
Right, and is he one away from tying for number 2.
Yep, he's one away from G.A. Moore. And two of those, 2 more wins, and actually 2 more wins, and he'll move ahead of G.A. Moore, and he'll be right behind Phil Danaher.
Move up to number 2, hopefully in 2 games. Tremendous start. We're going to have some more player interviews here shortly.
Yeah, I believe Jay's got a couple of players down there. Okay, sure. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, I'm starting with cornerback Adam Rourke. Hey, Adam, you had the matchup with their star receiver. We saw you on both sides tonight. Tell us sort of game plan, what you were prepping for, and did you see what you expected?
Well, we knew they were going to force it to him. You know, the coaches did a great job game planning, kind of taking what they wanted to do away and force him to earn it and make him put drives together instead of, getting one play, 50-yard touchdowns. And, that guy's a vertical threat, so it just matters staying on top, playing your technique, and, just trusting your coaches. And Coach Leiter had a great game plan going in, and we were able to execute.
Hey, great. Hey, William White. I've got outside linebacker William White as well. William, you were making a lot of plays in the passing game early, getting underneath those routes in the first half, making tackles all night. Tell us a little bit about the game plan from the perspective of the outside and inside linebackers.
Well, so as Adam said, you got to take away the deep threat, right? So that leaves the cornerback and safety up top most times, and it's in the plays we're running, which means I've usually got to drop to the flats because I'll be a flat player. Start over 2, try to wall him, mess up his route, then drop to the flats. And sometimes when they take away the deep threats, they try to throw the outs and stuff, and that's just where I was.
Hey, I'll tell you, one of the reasons I wanted to interview both of you together is because of that combination. You're walling them out. Sometimes you're backing off, and other times you're playing him tight so he can be forcing the run. Tell us a little bit about how y'all work in practice with the outside linebackers as well as the corners and the safeties.
I just have so much trust in William, Charlie, and our entire team that each guy does their job. It's going to be really hard to beat us. Defenses, get scored on when not all 11 of people are on the same page. It's just a matter of communicating, making sure we're all doing our job. We're not trying to do somebody else's. I trust that, William, Charlie, Hunter, all the OBs that are intakes, we have cramping issues. It just speaks to the coaching here that everyone's able to do their job, and I have so much faith in every OB and every safety and the entire defense.
Hey, that's the answer I want to hear. Hey, William, tell me this. Same thing with the outside linebackers. We saw more than just you and Charlie. We saw Hunter. Tell us about the way you all push each other and also how you support each other, because at any one time there's only 2 of you on the field, but there's more than 2 of you that are making a big difference at all times in the way you play together.
Right. Perfect example tonight. So we during practice we rotate ones a lot, and we rotate me, Charlie, Hunter. Keep rotating. Everyone's getting a good amount of reps. For times like this, when me or Charlie goes down, we need someone in there, and we have we know for a fact that Hunter's going to make the play, and Hunter knows what to do. So it's a great system we've got going. It's great to have 3 guys at a spot where there's 2 guys. It just really helps out.
Absolutely. Hey, great guys, big win. Welcome to 6A. You made a statement. You'll get another chance next week. But you're our linebacker of the game, William White. Adam Rourke, you're our defensive back of the game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay Ellis. And he may have one more. He's got 2 more. Looks like offensive players coming up to talk to him right now. Jay?
Offensive lineman Robert Sweeney. Let me get up here a little bit. I never had to be on camera with these guys before. I could just talk. Robert, great game tonight. It looked like you had a really good battle with the defensive end and did a great job of keeping him outside on the edge, creating that pocket so Brendan could step up. Tell us about what sort of communication you and the defensive end had with each other throughout the game.
There's not really a whole lot of communication. It was really just one-on-one, like mano-a-mano, get after it. And sometimes he beat me, sometimes I beat him, but at the end of the day, the scoreboard doesn't lie. So,
hey, so when you get a chance to really battle with him, and then the next play is going to be a screen or a draw, how do you keep that poker face when he thinks he's beating you upfield, and then you've actually lured him into it?
It's pretty tough sometimes, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, that's my answer. It's just tough. I have to keep a poker face when he's about to just try and rush around you and be all aggressive about it. But yeah.
Hey, Robert, so one thing you've got on your team is a quarterback who's a great runner, not only improvising to run, but often, especially in the second half, you've got the coach calling his number to run. What's it like to know you've got that weapon in the backfield in addition to Jay Cox and Wilson Axley and Frank Musa and those guys? What's it like to have a quarterback who you know can run the ball like a running back?
That's a tough question. We have a really good backfield, running backs, quarterbacks, obviously. Brandon's a great runner, has great vision, so I know like if me and the right guard, Basso, make a gap, that he's going to find it. Same with Frank, same with Wilson, same with Jay. It's just a great backfield for us.
Hey, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Basso because I like seeing the two of you play together. He made some great blocks, especially downfield, including on the reverse touchdown for Schrank. But tell me how much you and Basso are communicating with each other, either before the snap or in between plays, to make sure that you're on the same page.
Me and Whit just kind of talk about like little tells we can see, or if we think they're going to do something, and like, you know, just like normal stuff, like good job, like, hey, you need to pick that up, next play, like just normal stuff you'd expect on a football field. And he's a great teammate, and I really appreciate him by my side.
Hey, great. And the last question, what sort of adjustments, if any, were the coaches making on the sideline in between possessions? In other words, were they having to make some changes, or was the game plan so sound that y'all just stuck with it?
They didn't really have to make a whole lot of changes mid-game. We just stuck to our basics, got back in our rhythm, and yeah, we finished the game.
Hey, Robert Sweeney, you're our offensive lineman of the game. Great win against 6A Marcus. Congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, thank you. Absolutely. I've got Spencer Brown with me now. This is our defensive lineman of the game. Spencer, the pressure on the Marcus quarterback was intense the entire game. Yeah. Tell us about you on the right side most of the game and later on the left as well. Tell us what it was like in the trenches for you.
Well, we were running a lot of 5 stuff tonight, so we were going outside, and based on film, we knew that they were going to be like going down, so we got a lot of free releases. And it also helps whenever you have like 6 guys that are like fresh. Like it's me, Judge, Richter, and then Carlson, and we rotate. So when we come in, we're fresh, which means we're faster off the edge, which helps us get back to the quarterback.
Hey, Spencer, so a couple times I think I saw you get your hand on the ball, getting around that edge before the quarterback's able to step up. Tell us about how you get that extra reach right before he's able to step into the pocket when you're coming on that outside rush.
So if you're rushing from the edge, you're like bending around, and as he's stepping up, like if you can't get there, you just want to reach out with your arm, and like hopefully you get lucky. And I just got lucky like 3 times tonight and hit his arm.
Hey, Spencer, you mentioned those other 5 defensive linemen. Tell me about what you all are doing on the side when the offense is on the field and you all are getting ready, and how you're encouraging each other.
Well, Coach Burt gets us hyped up, and he kind of tells us what we're doing wrong. Like, hey, you got to put your hands on his throat, and just little stuff like that, which kind of helps us out mid-game.
That's all. Yeah, sorry. Upstairs, we've got Coach Castelaw, who's a former lineman. He loved that answer. Get your hands on his throat. That's great. Hey, Spencer, so tell us a little bit. Coach Burt probably is the most animated, at least from my perspective, what I see on the sideline, the most animated coach. Yeah. Tell us about how fun it is to play for someone who's that intense.
Oh, it's so fun to play for someone that's intense. Like, that's that intense, because he just kind of gets you fired up to go. I mean, I'm not sure many other coaches could do that, and it's just fun to play for him.
Hey, Spencer Brown, you're our defensive lineman of the game. Congratulations. Win number 1. Thank you. Hey, Jay Cox. Hey, Jay.
Hi.
Mike, I didn't catch it. Mike was feeding me a question. I'll get. I'm having a hard time here.
All right, just go.
I'm sorry. I've got Jay Cox. Jay, on Monday night, I was there when you were telling the guys who are upstairs tonight about watching Paxton Alexander years and years ago play the position you're playing now and play it the way you did tonight, especially the pass when the game, fourth quarter, we've got a tie game, and Coach Allen wants to get the ball to you up the middle. Tell us about how y'all set that up and how it developed.
Look, I mean, we practiced it this whole entire week, and he looked at me and he said, "Do you think you can get this?" And I said, "Coach Allen, I think I can do it." And when we went out to line up, the 2 safeties were a lot wider than they usually were, and I went straight up the B gap, and I knew I had it from there. And I mean, it was just an awesome play, a perfect throw by Brennan. I'm just happy that I could take that and then change the momentum in the game.
Hey, Jay, Brennan had a really great game, throwing the ball, running the ball, making good decisions. Tell us about the leadership. You all have different roles, and you're certainly one of the leaders on the offense, but he is the quarterback as well. Tell us a little bit about the role he plays.
you know, I might have a captain's patch on my jersey, but Brennan is every bit of a captain as every single other of the captains. And he, you know, plays with his whole entire heart. And, you know, the sky's the limit for the kid. I can't talk enough good stuff about him just because, you know, he really does put the team first. You know, he sacrifices so much, you know, so that we can do good. And, you know, he's just an incredible football player. And, you know, and he's the captain of our offense. You know, and I mean, when he is playing good, our team is playing good, and it's that simple.
Hey, Jay, that's a great answer. The last question is this one. You had a lot of places to run today, whether it was off guard a few times or outside, including some option plays as well. But tell us about the hard work those guys up in the trenches did tonight and what a great job they did.
You know, our O-line gets better and better every single game. And, you know, they set a high bar for themselves this game. So I'm excited to see how they keep getting better and better. So, I mean, we're looking good. I'm really excited for this upcoming season.
And I told you that was the last question, but there's one more because I look around. I wanted to interview Brendan Storer tonight, and I don't see him. Do you know where the heck he is?
He might be up in the meeting room doing chants.
Understandable. Well, if for some reason, as you walk out, if he's nearby, tell him Ellis wants to talk to him on TV.
Okay.
Hey, thank you. Congratulations. Great game, Jay Cox. Those are likely our players of the game. We may have one more, but I'll send it back upstairs for now.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Always good to hear what those guys have to say after a game like this. Mike, let's do some quick look at some of the stats from this game. Mike Maccabee, our statistician, we're going to bring him up right now and let him join us on. Give us an overview.
Rundown, just an overview, and tonight, I'll be honest, the first part, I was probably in more first game of the season mode than the team was. So,
we all were.
You know, I'll be back watching the tape tomorrow morning, I guarantee. Highland Park finished up with 367 yards of total offense tonight, broken down 129 yards on the ground, 238 yards in the air. You know, the Marauders finished up with 500 yards of total offense. You know, as you said that they were definitely making plays down the field, and you know they're about as the momentum kind of shifted to them, there were some very long runs. So you saw 132 yards of rushing, 368 yards of passing, and Flower Mountain Marcus finished up with 27 first downs to 20 by the Scots. Looking at just some of your individual leaders. How about this for Brendan Storer and Jay Cox? Storer had 234 yards passing, 21 out of 30, 3 touchdowns. Now, Jay Cox also had a pass. Remember, he threw a pass to Storer on very early in the game. It was just a little over-the-top trick play. You remember, we were kind of doing some other things, and it kind of went through. So
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, so that means, and of course, I may have totally, but no, so you've got Storer and Cox have both got rushing yards, passing yards, and receiving yards.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how often do you have that? You know, that's
not
especially
often.
with the Scots, right? The touchdowns, the passing touchdowns went to Jay Cox, obviously the 75-yard big play for the game. Luke Herring and also Wilson Axley. Rushing wise, Grayson Schrank had the reverse 25-yard reverse, and also Brendan Storer had the short gain for a touchdown tonight as well. So there's a few stats for you.
Well,
You're on camera, so stick your head out and wave. Nobody gets to see Mike much.
I'm a little short, so I'm sitting a little bit lower.
Well, I tell you what, they tell me we've got about 2 minutes of highlights right here. Let's go ahead and roll those and talk a little bit about them before we finish up here in the booth tonight. Nice win for Highland Park, 38-24.
Oh.
Beautiful catch right there by Schrank.
That's
Luke Herring with the touchdown right there, that nice back shoulder throw.
It's the only place you could put the ball and have it completed, and Storer puts it in there.
Well, there was that deflected field goal to try. And Highland Park's also got a field goal right there of 31 yards out. And then, of course, we had the bells come up at halftime right there. I think we're going to go back down to the sideline right now. It looks like we've got quarterback Brendan Storer down there with Jay. Jay, go ahead.
Perfect. So I've got Highland Park quarterback Brendan Storer. We almost had a first ever. Our student intern, Owen Marie, told me that he was trying to get us to interview Brendan while he was in the ice tub. Is that where you were? First, tell us why you were in the tub.
So after we won, I was going to the student section, and I was high-fiving some students, and then I caught a full-body cramp. So I didn't get hurt in the game, but I caught a cramp out there and I had to get in the tub. So.
That's right. Coach Castle upstairs saying pickle juice. Hey, we talked to Jay Cox a little while ago, and he told us that that everybody's got a different leadership role, and he said very directly and specifically, the captain of this offense is Brennan Storer. Tell us about your role as a leader for that offense and how you take on that responsibility.
It's just, it's my job as a quarterback. That's what you are. You're the leader, and Coach Allen drills that in me and instills it in me. And, if we want to win, I need to lead, and they need to see that, I have hope. I know I have confidence, and, their emotions just reflect my emotions, and, that's what being a leader is.
Hey, Brennan, how nice is it to know that if you throw the ball up high into the outside, there's a good chance someone in blue is going to catch it?
It's awesome. I mean, I think we have the best receiving core in the state of Texas, hands down. I mean, I don't think there's a single receiver that any team can guard. And, to have 5 of them, including Jay, 6, including Axley, really is ridiculous. And, we're really going to take advantage of that this season.
Hey, Brennan, the last thing, we talked about it a lot in pregame, and then when we watch you as well, it's got to be much more fun for you when you take off that red jersey and you get to actually, when that pocket forms around you, you can step up and find a lane and create. Tell us about once that pocket is broken appropriately because they walled them off and you're moving to the side and looking downfield. Tell us sort of what the general rules are and how that play where you ended up finding Axley for the touchdown developed.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing we don't practice. So, we do a scramble drill every week, and the receivers know what to do when I'm rolling out of the pocket. And Coach Allen does a great job, getting us in line for when the play breaks down because, it's going to happen in a game. And, I just have a really good natural feel of the pocket. So when things break down, my receivers, we're on the same page. And, I try and go pass first. If I can't, run it. And that's pretty much it.
Hey, Brennan, we're going to let you go so you can have some Pedialyte, some mustard packets, pickle juice, and whatever else they're prescribing these days. Congratulations. You're our offensive back of the game.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. And now I'll take it back to you guys upstairs, and that concludes my player interviews.
Thank you very much, Jay. Nice job. Great win for the Scots, and they put it in the win column, 38-24. Just your general thoughts on what you saw tonight.
I just don't think you could ask for a better start against a team. And again, not everything was perfect by any means. It wasn't a blowout win, but to come out and to be resilient and Marcus comes back and ties. We're up 24-10. Marcus comes back and ties it, has all the momentum, and once again, Coach Allen pulls one out of his back pocket. Cox converts it, and the Scots go on to win it. And I think this is a feel-good game and something to really build on.
We're going to talk a lot more about this on Monday night on the Scots Live. We do that across the street. It's open to anybody who wants to come out. We'll take a look at some of the highlights. We'll talk to some of the players and some of the assistant coaches as well.
We'll have Coach Bobby Leidner, defensive coordinator, there on Monday night, along with Coach Bobby Holland, who's a Highland Park graduate and the new inside linebacker coach, along with 3 of their players.
And it is right across the street at the
Clements Leadership Center. Entrance is on Douglas.
All right. Thanks, everybody who's been a big part of tonight's telecast. Our crew with Game On Productions, our broadcast crew, including our statistician Mike McAbee, our sideline reporters Jay Ellis and Pat Sauer, my broadcast buddy right next to me, Jim Castellaw. I'm Russell Scott. Wishing everybody, because it was, I forgot Owen Marie. Owen Marie, our student helper
who was
as well.
patting you on the back going, hey.
Happy football, everybody. Good night. God bless. We'll talk to you next Friday night when the Scots take on Louisville.